presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Arizona.
Oh, it's back on the road. Hope and Crosby have nothing on us. The road to San Diego as the Diamondbacks at Petco Park for a 4-game weekend visit with the Padres starting tonight. It's D-backs baseball from San Diego on Fox Sports Arizona. And good evening from Petco Park. Welcome to the broadcast. Steve Berthume and Bob Brenly along the way. Your pitching matchup here tonight. Archie Bradley on the mound for the D-backs. And veteran Paul Clemens on the mound for the Padres. Bob, the Diamondbacks come in here with the hottest power hitter in baseball since the All-Star break, El Tanque Yasmani Tomas.
You know, you probably could have won a lot of bar bets if you asked people who's going to be leading the Diamondbacks in home runs on August 18th. A lot of guys who would probably be ahead of Yasmani Tomas, but you see what he's done recently. 8 of his last 13 hits, have been home runs. Crushing mistakes, turning on inside fastballs. Really looks like an accomplished major league hitter recently.
He has homered in 3 consecutive games, including another multi-home run game last night. 4 homers in 3 against the New York Mets. On the other hand, you're talking Padres offense. Andy Green really doesn't have any. They're just back from a 2-7 road trip. They've lost 5 in a row. And during those 5 losses, they scored 6 runs.
Yeah, tough to win a ball game when you only score 6 over your last 5. But with that in mind, Andy Green's trying to push some buttons over there. They like to steal bases. They like to be aggressive on the bases, something for the Diamondbacks to keep an eye on.
So we are set to go the first of 4 at Petco Park. Paul Clemens for the Padres and Archie Bradley for the D-backs on Fox Sports Arizona.
Diamondbacks baseball on Fox Sports Arizona is brought to you by CenturyLink. Switch to CenturyLink Prism TV for an advanced TV experience. Learn more at cprismtv.com. By Jack in the Box. Taste the all-new Double Jack Burger today, only at Jack in the Box. By Oregano. Step up to the plate for a guaranteed home run at Oregano's, your neighborhood pizza joint, location statewide. And by your Valley Honda dealers, where you get more standard features for less money. Sports Arizona is brought to you by Lone Butte Casino. Get in on big wins. By Chaz Roberts Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Choose Chaz. By Tire Pros. For the best selection of Continental and General brand tires, visit your local Arizona Tire Pros today. And by Gigablast, 100 times more powerful internet from Cox. Bring on tomorrow.
We're in downtown San Diego, just about set to go here at Petco Park. Chip Hale and the Diamondbacks, the first of 4 against the Padres. Archie Bradley on the mound, and first pitch is coming up next on Fox Sports Arizona. Here in San Diego, California. Steve Berthume, Bob Brenly, and Jody Jackson with you. 74 degrees and sunny overhead. The first of 4, the D-backs and the Padres. Diamondbacks have hit the ball well here in San Diego as of late. 12 home runs in their last 7 games at Petco, and this is the lineup for Chip Hale's D-backs tonight.
Yeah, and this is not a ballpark that's known for giving up a lot of long balls. Gene Segura will lead it off tonight at second base. Michael Bourne out in center field. Paul Goldschmidt at first base. Jake Lamb across the diamond at third. The red-hot Yasmani Tomas out in right field, followed by Wellington Castillo behind the plate. Mitch Haniger in left. Chris Owings at short, and Archie Bradley on the mound.
Your Arizona forward starting pitcher for San Diego is Paul Clemens, a 28-year-old right-hander. And as you see here, he's not put up very impressive numbers in splitting this season between Miami and San Diego. In just over 32 innings pitched, he's given up 10 home runs and has walked nearly as many as he struck out.
Yeah, a lot of home runs for a guy that's supposed to be a sinker ball pitcher. Throws a lot of two-seam sinking fastballs. He'll complement that with a curve and a straight changeup. Kind of odd that he's a sinker curveball pitcher. Most times it's sinker slider, but Clemens throws a sinker and a curve.
Marlins waived Clemens earlier this summer. He was picked up off the scrap heap by the Padres, and he gets the start tonight. Let's take a look at the defense around him. Our eye on defense for the Padres, brought to you by Nationwide Vision Center.
That's Alec Dickerson. He'll be out in left field. Travis Jankowski in center. Christian Bethencourt, the backup catcher, out in right field. Jan Hervé Solarte at third base. Nick Noonan at short. Ryan Schimpf at second base. Will Myers, the all-star, at first base. Derek Norris behind the plate, and the right-hander Paul Clemens on the mound.
The crew chief behind the plate tonight. Mike Winters has the balls and strikes. Mike McClinsky at first base. Marty Foster at second. And Doug Eddings is the third base umpire here for the first of 4 against the Padres. And before we get started, BB, it's time for your Valley Honda dealers key to the game.
Well, it's a flat-footed race for last place in the National League West. It's time for the Diamondbacks to make their move. Start to put some ground between themselves and the Padres, perhaps even sneak up on the Colorado Rockies and try to pass them before the end of the season.
That was Bobby Bonilla's line in the Met clubhouse, wasn't it? Make you move.
Make you move.
D-backs 1, 2 of 3 here at Petco Park back in April, and here we are for the first time since then. Gene Segura set to lead it off, and we are set to go on just a gorgeous evening in San Diego, California. First pitch is ball 1 from Paul Clemens. We're underway. Segura 313 and 10 home runs. He is leading the National League with 38 first inning hits this year. He comes out swinging. 1-1 now.
And not that anybody really cares, but once again, Gene Segura is my beat the street guy tonight.
I think this is trending all over the Twitterverse. I think everybody cares because they're following your lead.
Well, I pick him almost every night.
Now you can pick when you play beat the streak 1 or 2. I know you always pick 2, right?
Yeah, went
So-
two again tonight, and Trey Turner got
Your
a
boy.
knock his first at bat. I'm telling you, that speed plays.
You've been riding the Trey Turner gravy train for a while now. Up to 13 on beat the streak, Bob Brennan.
Yeah, 14, actually 14.
Oh.
I played 2 yesterday as well. I had Mookie Betts in the Red Sox game, and Gene Segura, of course, in the D-backs game.
2-2 now. Segura leading the National League in hits by 2 over Daniel Murphy and Martin Prado. They should be able to hit this guy, Paul Clemens. He is the epitome of just sort of this journeyman guy that's kind of hung around for a while.
A guy.
Yeah, he's a right-hander. Segura belts it deep to center field. Jankowski was shaded way over toward right center, and he plays it off the wall. Another first inning hit for Gene. The hitting machine, his 31st double.
Well, now I can relax for the rest of the night.
Wow,
nice going, Gene.
That didn't take long.
Not long at all. 16 and counting.
The Brenly gravy train continues. You can play Beat the Streak at MLB.com.
Yeah, and I would highly recommend it. A lot of fun. Boy, Gene just missed a home run to straightaway center field with that blast.
Yeah, there's not much wind out there at all. The flags in left center field are dead still right now. Michael Bourne back after a night off last night. Drops down a bunt and it rolls foul.
You know, Michael Bourne and Paul Clemens were actually traded for one another.
I saw that, yeah.
Multiple players going to Houston. Juan Abreu, Brett Oberholzer, Jordan Schaefer, and Paul Clemens for Michael Bourne. That was back in 2011.
Michael 257 and 3 homers. Really swinging the bat well right now. He's hit safely in 4 straight games and 7 of his last 8. Solarte comes in a bit from third. Kind of kitty cornered over there with Segura on the second base bag. Michael shows bunt again, pulls back, and it's a ball, 1-1. Last 8 games, Michael Bourne batting .353. He gets it in the air to center. Jankowski spins around, backs up, gets it. Here comes Segura. And he moves into third. Productive out for Michael Bourne. That'll bring up Paul Goldschmidt.
Nice job by Michael Bourne. Doesn't always have to be a sacrifice bunt to move a runner up, or even a ground ball to the right side for that matter. If you can hit it deep enough into the outfield in the air to give Segura a chance to tag and move, that's a productive out.
So here is Goldie. Now back over 300 after a tremendous series against the Mets at Chase Field. 302 with 18 homers. Boy, Travis Jankowski shaded over to right center for Goldie. Breaking ball missed, and it's 1-0. A lot of room in left center field right now, even with Dickerson well off the line in left.
Yeah, a lot of room right down the left field line as well. That would probably indicate that Clemens is just going to try to pitch Goldie mostly away in this at bat. If you overshift your outfield defense that much, the pitcher's almost obliged to work him away, and try to get him to hit the ball to the opposite field. Look at all that room down the left field line.
Yeah, Jankowski and Bethancourt in right field, and center field can almost whisper to each other out there. Here's the 2-0. And again, they stay away. 3 balls and no strikes. Goldie coming off that series versus New York. 15 plate appearances against the Mets. He had 6 hits and drew 5 walks. He scored 8 runs in 3 games. A chance to drive one in here with Segura at third and 1 out. That one gets behind. Oh boy, here comes Segura. And the play at the plate, the throw is not in time. Norris chased it to the backstop, and Jean just did sneak a foot in there. Mike Winters says safe, and it's 1-0. The pitch was a ball, and Goldie will take his base at first.
The backstop a little closer here than at a lot of the major league parks, and Norris got on that ball quickly. The shovel toss back to the plate. Yeah, I think fortunately Clemens just missed the tag when he swiped initially right there. That gave Jean just enough time to get his foot on that plate.
So very quickly, 1-0 Diamondbacks. Still only 1 out. Goal to get first for Jake Lamb. Jake back in the lineup after a day off yesterday. 268, 24 homers. He leads the Diamondbacks in RBIs.
Don't stop now. And you've got a team down. We mentioned the Padres really sputtering, especially offensively lately. Get a lead, keep a lead, add to the lead. Keep them down.
Padres put the shift on against Lamb. There's ball 1. Yeah, San Diego back home. They went 2-7 on a 9-game road trip. Lost the last 5. Just got swept in Tampa Bay by the Rays. Padres moved the third baseman on Hervey Solarte into the second base spot. And they'll leave the shortstop, Nick Noonan, all by himself on the left-hand side. Clemens behind 2-0 on Lamb. Jake 0 for 4 Tuesday night with a walk and 3 strikeouts. He went 1 for 8 in the 2 games against the Mets in which he played this week. Fouls that off, and it's 2-1.
Good pitch to attack right there for Jake Lamb. Anytime you're facing a sinker ball pitcher, the idea is you want him to get the ball up in the zone. Anything from mid-thighs down is probably going to result in a ground ball. If you get that ball above mid-thigh, that's when you want to really let the swing go.
Hitters count here 2-1. 1 run already in. Will Myers holding Goldie on the bag at first. We're trying to get Jake Lamb going again. Jake's hitting only .202 since the All-Star break. He's just not been the same guy the last 2-3 weeks that we saw earlier this summer. He slaps it the other way, away from the shift and into left field. A base hit for Jake Lamb. 2 on and 1 out now for Tomas.
Well, maybe a couple of those will get Jake Lamb going. That was an easy base hit that time. Just kind of laid the bat out there in the hitting zone, guided it to the left side of the infield. Nice easy swing, just protecting the plate with 2 strikes. That'll work.
A double, a productive fly ball out, a walk and a single so far. And here is Tomas. Goldie at second, Lamb at first. Yasmani 269. He leads the Diamondbacks with 25 home runs. He has homered in 3 consecutive games. Breaking ball taken, and it's in there for a strike. 0-1. 4 homers in his last 3 games. Yasmani homered twice and tripled last night against the Mets. He knocked in 6 runs. Lays off that one. Last night, Tomas's 7th multi-home run game this year. That's the most in the major leagues.
Narrowly missed a 3-homer game. He tripled high off the walls just to the left of straightaway center field. Didn't miss by much. Drove in 2 with that triple.
And the thing that impresses you, Bob, it's just such easy power. Nice, smooth, fluid, almost effortless swings. And when he barrels it up, it goes. 8 homers in his last 10 games. Drives it to right center. Jankowski's out there. Goldie halfway to the bag at third, so he'll have to get back to second, and that's the second out. So 2 on and 2 down for Beef Wellington. Castillo 264 and 12 home runs. A lot of the Diamondbacks starting tonight fresh after a night off. Wellington, Castillo, Jake Lamb, Michael Bourne. Tuffy Gozawish was behind the plate last night against the Mets. That's out of play. Castillo 5 hits in the Mets series this week, including a couple of doubles Monday. Singled and walked Tuesday night. He's hit safely in 4 straight.
Clemens got his first win as a Padre last time out against the Mets at Citi Field, but who doesn't beat the Mets at Citi Field?
We own those guys. Swept them. They didn't pitch great, but the Padres won at 8-6. They scored some runs. Paul Clemens made just 2 appearances with the Miami Marlins this year. Both starts, the numbers weren't very good, and he was waived at the end of June. His first few appearances with the Padres came in relief, but lately he's been transitioned into the rotation. 4 of his last 5 appearances have been starts, including that win at the Mets. That was last Friday at Citi Field.
Well, one thing you notice about Clemens right away in the early going, everything missing up. For a sinker ball, curveball pitcher, you don't mind if they bounce some of those pitches in the dirt if you're a pitching coach or a manager, but when he leaves that breaking ball and the sinker up there around belt high, that's when he's going to get hurt.
Well, it's one reason maybe he's given up 10 home runs in only 32 innings. A ground ball up the middle, and it's through into center. Matt Williams waving Goldie home, and he will score, and it's 2-0 Diamondbacks. The RBI for Wellington Castillo. And Jake Lamb hustling into third.
Another pitch up. Held high out over the plate. Wellington just kind of rolled over it, but you can see that big gap up the middle of the field. Goldie's going to score easily. Lamb moves on to third base. Keep it rolling.
So Darren Balsley, the pitching coach out there. Clemens already had 24 pitches in this inning, and he's only got 2 outs. And they're on the corners for the rookie Mitch Haniger. Just his 3rd major league game. Haniger 3 for 8. 3 RBIs to begin his big league career. The start tonight in left field. Jake Lamb at third. Wellington Castillo at first. 2 outs and 2 runs in. Fastball in there for a strike, and he jumps ahead 0-1. Mitch Haniger started in left field Tuesday against the Mets, had a triple and a double in his first game. 1 for 4 with a single last night, playing center. Went back to the breaking ball and missed. It's 1-1. "26 pitches so far for Clemens, 13 balls, 13 strikes. Boy, he likes that curveball. But just not locating it at all right now. Popped up first base side. Myers and Schimpf, the second baseman. Myers has it in foul ground. And that's the end of the inning. But the Diamondbacks strike first. They get 2. Archie Bradley coming up. Diamondbacks strike first. 2-run first for Archie Bradley. He is your Arizona Ford starting pitcher for the D-backs. 4-8 in 17 starts and a 4.91 ERA. It's been something of an up and down year for Archie. He has shown so much progress at times this year, but it's just, Bob, not quite translating into tangible results. He's won only once in his last 10 starts.
Command has to be good for Archie, and when he's commanding the ball well, he gets a little more confidence in himself. He attacks that strike zone even more. Gave up a cheap home run to what's his name, Sandy Leone in Boston around the pesky pole, but then gave up a blast to Tyler Holt later in that inning. He just has to command that fastball.
And as Chip Hale said before the game today, attack. Archie is at his best when he is attacking the hitters and being aggressive out there. And Travis Jankowski, the rookie center fielder, leads it off for the Padres, and that's ball 1. 250 and 1 homer for Jankowski, who has great speed. Got to keep him off the bases. Jake Lamb in at third. There's the strike, 1-1. This guy runs like a deer. He leads all major league rookies, 25 stolen bases. On the ground, and that's under diving Chris Owings. Jankowski's aboard a leadoff single. A lineup for Andy Green, San Diego Padres.
Jankowski at the top has already reached on a leadoff base hit. Will Myers making his way to the plate. He'll be at first base. Jan Hervey Solarte at third. Alex Dickerson in left. Ryan Schimpf at second base. Christian Bethancourt in right field. Derek Norris doing the catching. Nick Noonan at shortstop, and Paul Clemens, the righty, on the mound.
You're a good egg, Noonan. As we said, this Padre offense has been AWOL lately. They've lost 5 straight, and over those 5 games, they scored a total of 6 runs. Just got swept in Tampa Bay. And here is Will Myers, their all-star this year.
Got to throw a pickoff move over there. maybe more than one. Jankowski, as you mentioned, 25 steals on the season. The Padres are 17-4 when he has a stolen base in the game, so you definitely want to keep him close over there.
So Archie has to pitch from the stretch right away. It seems like he's had to pitch this entire season in the stretch.
Other than the warm-up pitches before the game starts, yeah, he's in a stretch almost the entire evening.
He's had traffic around him on the bases all year long, and it's hard to get any momentum going that way, any chance to settle in, get comfortable out there. And that's the case again tonight with a speedy Jankowski down at first. And Myers, a dangerous hitter in there. He leads the Padres in home runs and RBIs. Myers batting .271. He was an all-star this year and a home run derby participant right here at Petco Park in July.
Will Myers, one of the few players in the major leagues that doesn't use batting gloves, and you can always tell how much extra BP he's been taking by the amount of tape he has on his fingers. Looks like Will's been hitting a lot lately.
Well, he said yesterday after they were swept in St. Petersburg by the Rays that he has been absolutely awful lately. That was his word. And he put it on him. He said their recent skid comes down to him. He's got to get going, and he thinks others will follow. Broken bat roller to third. Land has one play, charges and throws him out. Jankowski moves into second. Our eye on defense for the D-backs is brought to you by Nationwide Vision Center.
Pitch Haniger in left field tonight. Michael Bourne in center. Yasmani Tomas over in right field. It'll be Lamb and Owings on the left side of the infield with Segura and Goldschmidt on the right side. Wellington Castillo behind the plate for right-hander Archie Bradley.
The three-hole hitter, Yangervis Solarte, steps in. And Chris Owings, the shortstop, will line up right behind Jankowski at second. And now CO shaded a little over toward the first base bag as they put the shift on for Solarte, the switch hitter. Change up from Archie missed, and Wellington Castillo wants a word.
Well, Archie just paid cursory attention to Jankowski out there at second base. He kind of had a walking lead and almost came to a jump stop when Archie delivered that ball home. I think Wellington wants to remind Archie that this guy will steal third base as well. Give him a couple looks, change your rhythm.
That is Jankowski's game, speed and defense in center. That one got behind Welly, can't quite find it, and Jankowski moves up.
It had to be a cross-up.
Wild pitch charged to Archie Bradley.
It's one thing to throw a ball by a hitter, but when you throw it by your catcher too, you see Wellington how late he reacted. He was anticipating a breaking ball, and Archie Bradley airmailed a heater all the way to the backstop.
And now he's got to go back out there to the mound. So a leadoff single by Jankowski, a ground ball and a wild pitch have him at third. And a 2-out count on Solarte, who has always been a tough guy for the Diamondbacks to figure out, Yangervis Solarte. This year, 287 and 13 home runs.
13 homers, one away from a career high.
One of those 13 home runs against Archie Bradley last month. 2-1 now. Shift is still on out there. The fastball's in there, and it's 2-2. Solarte, always an effective hitter against the Diamondbacks. Career .322 versus the D-backs. 21 RBIs in 30 games. And he's got a runner at third and 1 out. ground into the shift. Chris Owings has it. That gets Jankowski home, and the Padres are on the board. It's 2-1.
That wild pitch becomes huge right there. Jankowski should have still been on at second base. That ground ball to the right side would have moved him up to third with 2 outs in the inning, but because the wild pitch happened when it did, the Padres are on the board.
Cleanup man is Alex Dickerson these days. 271 and 7 homers. Padres are stopping you. This sounds familiar. Almost out of outfielders. They, of course, traded Matt Kemp and Melvin Upton Jr., so they're missing some key guys both in the outfield and in the batting order. So Dickerson finds himself as the left fielder and batting cleanup. Andy Green has got a catcher out there in right field tonight, Christian Bethancourt.
Only his second start in right field. Be interesting to see how he handles himself out there should the Diamondbacks hit anything that direction.
2-1 on Alex Dickerson. Fastball missed away. 3-1.
Could be surprised. I mean, we saw Chris Herman move to the outfield at Coors Field, and he looked like a natural outfielder.
Sure did. And Bethancourt certainly has the arm to play right field. He can throw. Dickerson, a 2-out walk. So Archie Bradley gets that 2-0 lead and a little skittish out there. A run is in. Dickerson at first. 2 down for Ryan Schimpf, the second baseman. 214, 12 homers. He's a little dude, but some very surprising power. A big league rookie at the age of 28. And you can see those numbers against the Diamondbacks. He just torched the D-backs in a 3-game series at Chase Field in early July. We first saw Ryan Schimpf in that series. He had a big one, 2 hits in every game, including 3 home runs. And he's got only 33 hits all year, but 24 of them are for extra bases. He's got some pop for a little guy. .5'9", 180. That kind of fits a guy who's 5'9", 180. His last name is Schimpf. Somehow it goes together.
He doesn't hit like a Schimpf.
Nice. National League Rookie of the Month for July. Homered 9 times last month. Archie 19 pitches. Only 8 of them strikes. This is not the Archie Bradley that is being aggressive and attacking hitters like they want to see. Yanked that fastball, and he's behind 3-1 now after walking Dickerson. That's going to bring Mike Butcher out. I can't recall, Bob, a start. I know there's been 1 or 2, but I can't recall a start for Archie when he goes out, 10, 12 pitches, bang, bang, bang. He's in the wind-up first inning, and off you go. It seems like this has been the case for Archie all year long, this type of first inning.
Yeah, especially for Archie, but really you could apply that to the entire Diamondback starting rotation. That first inning has been monumentally troubling for everybody in the rotation this year.
20 pitches, 12 of them balls. 3-1 on Schimpf. He hits it high in the air, right center. Playable for Bourne. Just shy of the warning track out there, and that's the end of the inning. But the Padres get 1 back. D-backs lead it 2-1.
When the D-backs win, you win at Papa John's. The day after every Diamondbacks win, you get 50% off your regular menu price online order at Papa John's. Enter promo code DBACKS50 at papajohns.com.
Chris Owings leads off the second inning against right-hander Paul Clemens. First pitch fastball, and CO dunks it into right center field. A leadoff single. That's the Diamondbacks' fourth hit already. So a chance for Archie Bradley to try and get a bunt down here and move Owings along. Archie 3 sacrifice bunts on the year. Solarte comes in from third. Myers holding Owens on the bag at first. 0-1.
Five-way tie among the Diamondbacks pitchers for the most sacrifice bunts this season, with 3. Robbie Ray, Zach Greinke, Patrick Corbin, Ruby De La Rosa, and the man at the plate, Archie Bradley, all have 3 sack bunts.
Pulls back but takes a strike, and it's 1-1. So right away, Paul Clemens in trouble again. There's Zach Godley, who pitched a terrific ball game last night against the Mets. 2 runs, 5 hits, 7 1/3. There's Robbie Ray. Robbie will pitch here on Saturday against Clayton Richard. Zach Greinke goes tomorrow night against Jared Cozart, and then Braden Shipley on Sunday. Archie again pulls back, but again takes a strike, and now he's down 1-2. And Williams coaching in third.
Something we didn't see on the last road trip. A Diamondbacks player wearing sleeves. Matt Williams with the long sleeves on down there at third base.
Beautiful evening here in San Diego. A little cool for some. But after what we went through in places like Cincinnati and New York and Boston, we will take this every time.
Yeah, Dave McKay with some long sleeves on down there at first base as well.
So D-backs fans, if you're watching the game tonight and planning on coming over to San Diego for the weekend, maybe Friday through Sunday, I want to bring something to wear at night if it gets a little cool. Solarte on a dead run in from third, and Archie cannot get the bunt down and strikes out. An unproductive out number 1. That'll bring up Gene Segura. Segura doubled and scored to lead off the ball game. Gene had an extra base hit in all 3 games against the Mets at Chase Field this week, and he's already got 1 tonight. Dave McKay coaching in first. CO a perfect 12 for 12 in his stolen base attempts this year. Segura gets the bunt down, right back to the mound. Clemens is on it and throws him out. Owings in at second, 2 outs.
A bunt for a base hit attempt that time by Gene Segura. Just got a little too close to the mound that time. Clemens had some issues with his footing there as he tried to plant that right foot and throw to first. It kind of slipped out from under him. Still made an accurate throw in time to get Gene at first base.
They scored a sacrifice, 1-3. So Owings in scoring position. 2 down for Michael Bourne, who flied out his first time up. Michael back in center field tonight. He probably feels like he had a week off, Michael Bourne, the way he's been going. Curveball missed inside, and it's 1-1 on board. Derek Norris wants a word now. Ryan Schimpf going to come in as well from second base. Been a tough year for Andy Green. This is a rebuilding project. They kind of took a step backward after they went all in 2 winters ago. And they were big time sellers before and at the trade deadline. James Shields was moved. Matt Kemp was moved. Melvin Upton Jr. was moved. A lot of youngsters.
Yeah, Padres could have saved a lot of money this year by not printing media guides.
It's true, nobody's left.
There's 8 guys on the supplement to the Padres media guide.
Two 1 pitch. 3 balls and a strike. Goldie on deck. Yes, they've done a pretty good job restocking the farm system a bit with some of those deals, but it's left them a little thin at the major league level. Padres and Diamondbacks the exact same record coming into the ball game tonight, 50-70. Michael pops that one up left center field. Jankowski calling for it. And Clemens strands the leadoff single. Bottom 2 on the way from Petco Park. D-backs lead the Padres 2-1.
One thing Chip Hale talked about before today's game, the fact that last time against Boston, he really didn't feel like it was a terrible outing for Archie Bradley. Chip Hale putting it a little bit on himself, saying, wish I had taken him out earlier in the game. He said, I just need to monitor him a little bit more closely. In that game, Archie had given up a few in the 5th, and then in the 6th, Brock Holt had that 2-run homer. Feels that game at 4-3 with Boston with the lead, that was a situation where he would have liked to have kept it right there. So it's a fine line, though, guys. You know, as a manager, Bob, you want to have a guy get through some struggles, but you also want to be able to keep your team in the game.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, the bottom line is winning the ball game. That's the most important thing. But under the circumstances that the Diamondbacks find themselves in this year, you're also trying to develop guys and get them into the habit of once they start a game, they want to pitch as deeply into that ball game as possible. And sometimes teaching those lessons, that's a rough way to go. The lesson doesn't always come out exactly the way you hope it will.
Well, in order for Chip to even be in the position to make that decision, Archie has to settle in and pitch a little better than he did in the first inning. And Christian Bethancourt starts off the second with a bloop to right center, and Michael Bourne runs it down. Another diving grab in the outfield by Michael Bourne. Takes a base hit away from the Padres right fielder, one down in the second.
Yeah, Michael playing deep for Bethancourt, who's got big time pop when he makes contact. Really had to come streaking in to shallow right center to make that diving catch.
He's made a habit of doing that all year long. He's had a tremendous year, Michael Bourne. Really done a good job out there. The catcher, Derek Norris. And Derek Norris is in an absolute offensive nosedive right now. His game has vanished at the plate. That's ball one. 190 and 12 homers. This is the guy who was considered an offense first catcher when he was with the Oakland A's. He was an all-star in Oakland 2 years ago. But right now he is 5 for his last 53 at the plate. Archie not throwing strikes. It's 2-0. Five more balls than strikes to this point for Archie. That one's in there, 2-1. That one's belted to left. Haniger's there. He reaches up and snags it. 2 outs. Boy, that was hit on a rope out there.
I was just thinking, if you're in the midst of a 5 for 53 and are making outs like that, maybe it's just tough luck on the part of Derek Norris. He scalded that ball.
It's a good thing Mitch is a big guy at 6'2" out there. Well, Sonia Henny's out. How about Danny Noonan? Or Nick Noonan, former Giant, just 5 games with the Padres this year. And 3 for 13 at the plate, called up for the minors last Thursday. Oh, 2. Noonan, 2 hits in the Padres loss at Tampa Bay yesterday. It just kind of built in. Just his 4th start at shortstop with San Diego. Must be tough to not hear a Caddyshack reference everywhere you go when your name is Noonan. Archie Bradley makes short work of him. Gets his first strikeout, a 1-2-3 second. Diamondbacks have a 2-1 lead in San Diego.
Hey fans, Hey, D-back season ticket holders, be sure to renew your season tickets before August 31st to be eligible to win exclusive prizes like dinner with Randy Johnson, $1,000, a luxury watch courtesy of Ganem Jewelers, an all-inclusive vacation with airfare courtesy of American Airlines Vacations, and much more. To see the full list of prizes and to renew, visit dbacks.com/advantage.
Goldie walked and scored his first time up. He leads off the third against Paul Clemens. Goldschmidt, Lamb, Tomas, 3, 4, and 5. Diamondbacks have a 2-1 lead. Oh, Goldie drives this to center. Jankowski's out there. That's the first out in the third.
Sounded like he might have got that one out toward the end of the bat a little bit. Really waited well on that big curveball from Clemens, but just caught it off the end of the bat a little bit.
Jake Lamb singled his first at bat tonight. Padres have the shift on for Lamb. Another first pitch breaking ball from Clemens, who just loves that curveball. It's 1-0. Paul Clemens struggling right now. He pitched at Lewisburg College in North Carolina. Braves took him with a 7th-round pick in the 2008 draft. And as Bob mentioned, he was dealt to Houston 3 years later in a package for Michael Bourne. They sent a whole bunch of players over to get Michael Bourne. So Clemens made his major league debut with the Astros 3 years ago. And since then he's bounced around the Phillies, the Royals, the Marlins earlier this year, now the Padres. And he walks Jake Lamb. Second walk of the ball game for Clemens. Cox high-speed highlights. The gig life. Yasmani Tomas, 2 homers and a triple last night. 4 home runs in his last 3 games.
Yeah, the second home run came to nearly the same spot that the triple hit, just below the yellow stripe out there on the center field wall.
Another first pitch curveball, and it's 1-0.
And everything up, up, up. Really dropping his elbow when he tries to throw that sinker and leaving a lot of those up above belt high.
The way Yasmani's swinging the bat, he hangs one to him, and that one might go off that scoreboard and left. Puts it on the ground. It kicks off the mound right to Schiff, though. Noonan turns it. And that's the end of the inning. Clemens erases that 1-out walk. Diamondbacks have a 2-1 lead. Time now for greater coverage of baseball. It's brought to you by T-Mobile. A look around the rest of the National League West. Right now, the Mets and the Giants are scoreless at AT&T Park, the first of a 4-game series. That is Jacob deGrom and Madison Bumgarner. So far, Mad Bum with 4 strikeouts through 3. And the Phillies got a late home run by Maikel Franco. They were down 4-3. They win it 5-4. They beat the Dodgers. Paul Clemens, the pitcher, leads off the third against Archie Bradley, who's retired 4 in a row. Talked about that controversial Red Sox scheduling scenario during our ball game last night. They had to play the night game last night in Baltimore, which was a rain delay. They finally banged the game. The Red Sox won that. They got on a plane, flew to Detroit, and played an early game this afternoon against the Tigers at Comerica Park. Brad Ziegler walked in a run late in the ball game. The Red Sox ended up losing that game that there was so much controversy about.
Yeah, the Red Sox didn't get into Detroit until around 4 o'clock in the morning. Had to be right back out at the ballpark. A lot of the guys probably didn't sleep at all.
That's rough. Span of 5 days, Boston played games in 4 different cities. Two and 2 on the pitcher, Paul Clemens. Archie so far has walked 1, struck out 1.
How about Big Papi's day today? He didn't start at designated hitter because of the late night arrival. Came in as a pinch hitter. First pitch he saw, he lined it up the middle for a base hit and was immediately taken out for a pinch runner. Thanks for stopping by.
Give the fans what they want to see. Bradley finally strikes out the pitcher. That's 5 in a row retired by Archie. 1 down in the 3rd. Travis Jankowski singled and scored to lead off the ball game for San Diego. Jankowski's done a good job this year, really focusing on hitting the top of the baseball, he says, and getting that ball on the ground, and that way he can use his tremendous speed. There's not a lot of power here, only 11 extra base hits all year, but he's done a good job getting on base, a .363 on base percentage.
And so many guys throughout the history of this game, and guys even playing right now, have tried to master that particular attack. Hit the top half of the ball, bang it off the plate, bang it off the dirt in front of home plate, and use your speed. I think of Tony Campana and his time with the Chicago Cubs, and briefly here with the Diamondbacks, a guy that they just tried to encourage to hit the ball on the ground every at bat.
Carves that one out to left, and Jankowski is 2 for 2. He's turning into a nice player at the age of 25, a Padres first-round pick a few years ago out of Stony Brook on Long Island. Here's Will Myers now. Myers grounded out in his first at-bat against Archie Bradley. And again, watch out for Jankowski, 25 stolen bases. Archie right back into the stretch. Well, Will Myers is a guy that just kills the D-backs. Career .383 hitter versus the Diamondbacks, 13 extra base hits. Jankowski gets a jump, the throw from Castillo. Collected by Segura. Gene gets the tag down, and Jankowski is out. Holding his hand a bit on that play. He's not going anywhere until Andy Green has a look at the video.
A nice play on both ends there. Wellington Castillo unloaded it quickly to second base. Gene Segura picked it out of the dirt. Jankowski, look at him leaning forward, accelerating into that slide at second base.
And they are going to challenge the out call at second. The headsets will come on here. got in there. You can see the second base umpire, Marty Foster, really screened from where he was positioned, and it looks like Jankowski snuck that hand in just before Gene could get the glove on the chest.
Gene had to focus all of his attention on that throw from Castillo to pick it cleanly out of the dirt, and when he just blindly laid the glove down in front of the base, Jankowski missed that glove, it appeared.
They're showing it on the board right now in left field. And you can hear by the reaction from the Padres fans, they think he's in there, and it looks like they may be right. Jankowski kind of jammed up his hand a little bit out there.
One more look at the tag at the tail end of that play. Really nice one-hop throw. Unfortunately, I think Jankowski got around the tag.
So Mike Winters and Marty Foster await the word from New York. First of 4 here, fans, against the San Diego Padres.
Now watch Jankowski as he leans forward toward the end here. He's driving. He knows he's going head first. He gets his upper body out in front of his legs, kind of leading him into that slide.
Got Zach Greinke and Jared Kozar tomorrow. That's a 7:40 start, by the way, a little later than usual. And then Saturday is a 5:40 start. Robbie Ray and Clayton Richard. Sunday, 1:40, Braden Shipley and Luis Perdomo.
Well, that's 7:40 start. That's messing with my bedtime.
Yeah,
Crying out loud.
That's late. I think they're going to move that back next year. Jankowski getting that hand taped up now. That's the way a ball player is supposed to look. He's got tape on his hands, dirt all over his uniform, and indeed he is in there. So the out call is overturned. 26th stolen base for Travis Jankowski. That leads all major league rookies. Pitch to Myers was a strike, so it's 0-1. Jankowski at second, 1 out. Archie dealing with the Padres' 2 best hitters right now. Myers up there and Solarte on deck. That curveball missed, and it's 2-1. Archie, 46 pitches, half for balls, half for strikes. 3-1 to Will Myers. Full count, 3-2. Solarte will be next. The fist. Segura can't get there. It's over his head. Jankowski had to hold up. Len Hoffman going to wave him in anyway. The throw is cut off and the game is tied. Will Myers does it to the Diamondbacks again. It's 2-2. Looked like Segura was going to be able to make a play on it. Jankowski froze in his tracks, but it carried just over Gene's head out there.
A little jam shot floater out there towards second base. Yeah, you're right. Gene Segura kind of backpedaled and got ready to jump as if he were going to make a play on that ball, and Jankowski has to hold his ground but has such great speed that even with the late start, he scores without a play at home plate.
Yeah, he can really run, Travis Jankowski. On Hervey Solarte now. Solarte drove in the Padres' first run back in the first inning with an RBI ground out.
Myers been running aggressively this year himself, 21 out of 25 in stolen base attempts.
It's hard to believe when you watch Wil Myers run that he started out his professional career as a catcher at the minor league level. Shift is on against Solarte. Chris Owings, the only Diamondback defender on the left-hand side. Jake Lamb right behind the second base bag. Archie just not throwing strikes tonight. Getting behind in counts. Myers holds it first. That one is fouled off, and it's 1-1. Archie coming off a disappointing outing at Fenway Park, a loss to the Red Sox Saturday. 5 1/3, 6 runs, 7 hits, gave up a couple of home runs in that game, but Chip Hale said if he had to do it over again, he'd likely take Archie out of the ball game a little sooner than that. 1-1 to Solarte. Myers takes off for second, and oh boy, Chris Owings had to go cover the bag, and the left side is wide open. And Myers is in at third. There was absolutely no one on the left side of second base for the Diamondbacks. And Solarte hit it to just the right spot. As soon as Myers broke for second, so did Chris Owings.
Man, you want to talk about a shift beater. 3 defenders on the right side of the field, and Chris Owings, the only defender on the left side, broke to cover second base. Well, once Solarte made contact and that ball was headed for the left side, it turned into a fire drill for the Diamondbacks infield defense. Jake Lamb sprinting over to third base. Chris Owings tried to stop his momentum, go to third base.
Well, Archie already getting another mound visit from Mike Butcher, and the Diamondbacks lead the league in mound visits. This is something that Commissioner Rob Manfred told Major League owners today he wants to drastically cut down. The commissioner wants the games to move along faster and quicker and be shorter. And so he has talked about some major changes, limiting reliever use, limiting mound visits, a pitch clock, and he wants it all in place by next year.
I think we would all agree that that pitching coach visit for every pinch hitter that comes off the bench can go away.
We'll see how that works during the collective bargaining agreement, which is being negotiated as we speak. The current one expires in December. Dickerson fouls that one off. I know you're in favor of some of those, but and he also said he wants to eliminate or limit shifts, Rob Manfred, which he thinks is taking away too much of the offense. That would make the games a little longer, but he's talking about some pretty drastic changes.
Yeah, I don't know how you could justify that in any way, shape, or form.
Alex Dickerson walked in his first plate appearance. And he's down 0-2.
I still think that automated strike zone would be a way to go.
Well,
I mean, how many times have we seen it recently? The 3-0 pitch that's called an automatic strike, and some of them have been 8 or 10 inches off the plate.
yeah, you're right. That makes the games go longer. But it's become such a bullpen dominant game right now that eliminating the number of relievers you can use or making them throw to more than one batter, some type of rule alteration might be a good idea. A ground ball to second, Segura, and it kicks into center. Myers scores, and the Padres have the lead. Solarte in at third. E4 the error on Gene Segura. And the inning continues for Archie Bradley. That's 4 straight Padres who have reached with 1 out.
Right off the heel of the glove and on out into shallow center field that time. Could have possibly been an inning-ending double play right there. Instead, the Padres will continue to hit, and they tack another run on the board.
Solarte is the runner at third.
Dickerson at first, still just one out. 2 runs are in, and the batter is the second baseman, Ryan Schimpf. One big thing the commissioner talked about today was the pitch clock, which, as Diamondback fans know who live in the Valley, they've used in the Arizona Fall League for a couple of years, and that's worked very well. One and one. Archie Bradley really laboring here in the San Diego third, 25th pitch of this inning coming up.
Ryan Schimpf at the plate, flied out to center field, ending that first inning in his first at bat tonight. But he hit that ball right off the barrel, just skied it high in the air to center field. This guy's got a lot of pop. Sneaky pop.
Well, they've been without Corey Spangenberg for much of the year, so Schimpf has settled in at second base. Well, this has become a typical Archie Bradley start. Archie just seems to work twice as hard as he needs to, ideally. Mentioned he went a little long in that start at Fenway Park on Saturday. Prior to that, a no decision against the Brewers at Chase Field when he threw 116 pitches in only 4 2/3. He's been very labor intensive lately for Archie. He's behind on Schimpf, 2-1. 3 balls and a strike. And prior to that start against Milwaukee, you may remember Archie was hit hard by the Nationals. That was August 1st. 8 runs, 12 hits, and only 3 1/3. Ball 4, the bases are loaded. That's 5 consecutive Padres who have reached base with 1 out. Second walk issued by Archie. And here comes the right fielder, Christian Bethancourt. He flying out to center his first time up. On Henry Solarte, the runner at third. Alex Dickerson is at second, and Ryan Schimpf at first. Bethancourt batting .224, has got 6 home runs. Well, Archie needs a ground ball here in the worst way. Bethancourt has not been very productive as of late. 2 hits in his last 29 at bats. He's the backup catcher, but they are literally running out of outfielders here, so he's making the start tonight in right field. Oh, 2. Edwin Escobar, the left-hander, warming up in the Diamondback bullpen. He has been a starter at AAA Reno, so if they need to go to the bullpen, Escobar can give them some length back there. Bullpen got a little bit of a break last night when Zach Godley went 7 1/3. 0-2 on Bethancourt. Check swing in the dirt. He did not go, says Mike McClinsky down there, and it's 1-2.
Be careful with off-speed stuff to Bethancourt. He's got a really slow bat right now, aqua bat, and that off-speed delivery is right into his bat speed. Fortunately, that one bounced in the dirt. He checked his swing. He's thrown a couple of 92-mile-an-hour fastballs right by him. Another breaking ball.
Yep.
And I think at times, and whether it's Archie or whether it's Wellington Castillo or somebody on the bench calling the pitches, I think at times he gets away from his strength, which is pounding that fastball in there at the bottom of the strike zone. Tries to trick opposing hitters, make them look bad, make them take funny swings at that curveball or the straight changeup.
Fastball up the middle, a base hit. Solarte scores. They wave Dickerson. Schimpf in at third. It's a 2-run single for Christian Bethancourt, and it's 5-2 San Diego.
Not a horrible pitch, a fastball on that outside corner. Wellington wanted it up a little bit more. He's down about mid-thigh, and Bethancourt grounds it into center field to drive home 2.
Well, the Padres, as we mentioned earlier, have lost 5 straight games. During that stretch, they have scored a total of 6 runs. But they've already put 5 up on the board through 2 1/3 against Archie Bradley. Here's the catcher, Derek Norris. Already a 4-run San Diego third. They lead at 5-2. Norris lined out right to Mitch Haniger in left field his first time up. Hit it right on the button, but right at the left fielder. Throw to first. Bethancourt wandered well off the bag. 1-1 on Norris.
Good field awareness right there by Wellington Castillo. Tracking that pitch as it came to home plate, but out of his peripheral vision, he saw Bethancourt straying way off the bag down there at first. As soon as he caught that ball, he snapped the throw down to Goldie.
Padres have 5 hits in the ball game, 4 of them in this inning. 6 consecutive have reached with 1 out. Bouncer up the middle. Owing, Segura for 1. And they turn the double play. And Archie Bradley finally gets out at the bottom of the third, but the Padres get 4. They lead at 5-2.
Head to the top half of the fourth. Hey fans, a D-backs home run tonight means a free Jumbo Jack tomorrow at participating Jack-in-a-Box locations with the purchase of a large drink.
Well, a very rough bottom of the third for Archie Bradley. It was a 36-pitch inning for Archie. He gave up 4 runs. 3 of them were earned. There was 1 unearned run in there on the Segura error. Alex Dickerson did get an RBI on the play, but a 36-pitch inning for Archie, and suddenly it's 5-2 Padres as Wellington Castillo leads off the fourth. Well, he had an RBI single his first time up. Mets have just taken a 4-0 lead in San Francisco over the Giants. Justin Ruggiano just off the DL. A grand slam against Madison Bumgarner. Castillo knocks that into center, a leadoff single. He's 2 for 2. That's DeGrom against Mad Bum in San Francisco. 4-0 Mets in the fourth. Mitch Haniger popped up his first time up tonight, getting the start in left field. Another first pitch curveball from Clemens. It's 1-0. Ander's got that back foot right on the back line of the right-hand batter's box. Open stance. The 2-0 from Clemens. Bounce to third. It gets through Solarte and into left. First 2 have reached in the Diamondback fourth. Base hit for Haniger. That'll bring up Chris Owings. So Mitch Haniger 4 for 10 so far as a big leaguer. A pair of singles open up the fourth inning for the Diamondbacks. Chris Owings singled to lead off the second. Another first pitch curveball from Clemens. It's 1-0. There's a strike. Chris Owings has it safely, counting tonight now in 10 of his last 11 games. Batting over 400 during that span. Sticking with that right center field approach, and that's where Travis Jankowski is standing right now. Big gap in left center. But Clemens just cannot throw that curveball for a strike. You can see the difference even with Dickerson well off the line and left. A lot of room between Dickerson, the left fielder, and Jankowski, the center fielder. 2-1 to Chris Owings.
Haniger, the poster boy on the Cal Poly San Luis Obispo Mustangs baseball website. Got a couple of pictures of him on there.
Oh yeah, there he is. Wearing D-backs gear. Missed with another breaking ball.
Cal Poly San Luis Obispo's had good baseball program for a long time. My buddy Mike Kruko went to Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. Ozzie Smith played at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo.
Mitch Haniger, a first-round pick by Milwaukee out of that school back in the 2012 draft. He was the 38th overall selection that year. 3-2 to CO. Puts it up in the air, deep right center field. Jankowski over there anyway. But it's Bethancourt who corrals that one. Castillo tags and heads for third. Oh, Jankowski was on the dead run over there. You've got Bethancourt, who's a catcher, playing right field, and they almost collided.
Bethancourt makes a basket catch out there in right field. He almost overran the ball. Wellington Castillo alertly goes back to tag, but kind of slips off the bag at second. Still has enough time to advance on to third base.
So the D-backs have runners on the corners, one out. It's Castillo at third, Haniger at first. And the batter is the pitcher, Archie Bradley. Solarte even with a runner at third. Myers crashes in from first, and there's strike one.
Well, ideally, Archie puts down a perfect bunt, and Wellington Castillo can sneak home, but a safety squeeze with the catcher running at third, that's not always a sure thing.
Wait, I thought catchers were great athletes. They could do anything.
They can. They just do it slowly sometimes.
Pulls back. That's the third time tonight Archie has pulled back for a strike, trying to lay down a bunt. He struck out trying to get a bunt down his first time up, and now he's down 0-2.
That's one of those things, and I'm sure if you talk to Zach Greinke or any other veteran pitcher that's had any amount of success at the major league level, doing the little things will keep you in a ball game for an extra inning or an extra couple of innings. Maybe take you from a loss to a no decision or a no decision to a victory if you can just do those little things. Get bunts down, cover the bag.
Have productive outs.
Hold runners close at first base. All those things that are under the category of little things, because obviously your primary job is to throw strikes. But if you can do all those other things well, the manager's more likely to leave you in the game in a tough situation.
Well, for the second time in 2 at-bats, Archie Bradley strikes out trying to get a bunt down. And that's the second out in the fourth. The game is so often the accumulation of little things.
Yeah. And if you look up at the end of the season, for the most part, the teams that advance to the playoffs are the teams that more consistently did those little things well.
Well, Segura doubled to lead off the ball game. Came in on a wild pitch, speaking of little things. Got an extra 90 feet. Had a sacrifice bunt his last time up. 2 on and 2 out. Diamondbacks down 5-2. Even though they have out-hit the Padres 6-5. This is in the air along the right field line. Bethancourt in foul ground. He's got it. Well, the Diamondbacks had 2 singles to lead off the inning, and both runners are left on the bases. They trail it 5-2.
To the bottom half of the fourth inning. Time to take a look back at baseball history, brought to you by Geico. We go back to 2007. Micah Owings, pitching for the Arizona Diamondbacks, had a 4-hit night, 2 homers, a double, a single. He scored 4 times, drove in 6, and pitched 7 innings, a 3-hit ball on the mound in a 12-6 D-backs victory.
Yeah, he was one of the best hitting pitchers in recent memory.
I mean, there was a lot of conversation during his playing career whether he was a better position player or a better pitcher.
Adam Lowen, that was the case for him. D-back reliever who just was designated for assignment, cleared waivers, so he'll go back to the minor leagues in the Diamondback system. A pitcher outfielder, now a pitcher again. Nick Noonan leads off the Padres 4th against Archie Bradley. Noonan struck out his first time up. 3 for 14 in 6 games for the Padres this year. Noonan has spent all year with AAA El Paso. He did well there. He was hitting .321 when he was called up in just under 90 games. First round pick by the Giants back in '07. Well, this is the Archie Bradley that you like to see in this at bat starting off the 4th inning. Working from the windup, working quickly, attacking with that fastball. And sure enough, he jumped out ahead 0-2. Little squib shot off the side of the mound. Owings is there. Got away. That'll bring up the pitcher, Paul Clemens. Clemens a strikeout victim his first time up. Giants have come back against the Mets. New York took a 4-0 lead on a Justin Ruggiano grand slam off Madison Bumgarner. Hunter Pence had an RBI single. Then Nunez, who they got from Minnesota, had a 2-run triple. So the Mets lead is now 4-3 in San Francisco. They're in the bottom of the 4th. 2-1. Dodgers lost in Philadelphia today. Phillies beat them 5-4. Maikel Franco had a late home run. Cubs just completed a 4-game sweep of the Brewers at Wrigley. Chris Bryant, couple of home runs today. First time the Brewers have ever been swept in a 4-game series at Wrigley Field. Archie has gone full on the pitcher, 3-2. Travis Jankowski will be next, the leadoff man. He's 2 for 2. He just walked the pitcher. 3rd walk tonight for Archie. Jankowski has singled twice, scored twice. He's stolen a base.
Now walking the pitcher in front of Jankowski effectively builds a beaver dam out there on the bases. So if Jankowski does reach, he's probably not going to be stealing any bases.
It's all strategery. Jankowski, the bat has really shown some signs of life since the end of July. He's hitting almost .330 in his previous 16 games, and he's 2 for 2 tonight. There's the strike, 0-1. Padres are still without outfielder John Jay. They acquired him from St. Louis in December, but he's missed most of the year with a broken right forearm.
And they did some tests on Jay again today, and the test showed, there he is, that they're still not able to clear him to hit. They were hoping to get him back soon, but now it looks like it'll be at least another month before he can come back.
There's Eddie Rodriguez in front of John Jay. Eddie was the first base coach for the 0-1 world champion Arizona Diamondbacks.
There he is. Goldie snares that one in foul ground.
Eddie Rodriguez forever immortalized on the 2002 rule book that they hand out to various media representatives. He was standing down at the first base coach's box waiting for Gonzo to get there after that base hit into center field against Mariano Rivera, and Erod and Gonzo on the rule book in 2002. It's kind of funny how Eddie ended up with the Diamondbacks. As I was putting my coaching staff together, there were a couple of guys I knew for sure I wanted to get, and then a couple of other positions where we were kind of open to suggestion. And Sandy Johnson, who was with the Diamondbacks at the time, recommended Erod. Eddie had just finished up working with Tommy Lasorda with the Olympic baseball team.
Goldie has it. Pursuing's for one. Jankowski, no way you're going to get him the way he runs.
Just to quickly finish that story, by all reports, Tommy Lasorda handled the media and Eddie Rodriguez handled the team. So his attention to detail with that Olympic team, and of course, sit-down one-on-one interview, he was very impressive, and couldn't have made a better choice than Eddie Rodriguez for our first base coach.
Yeah, I remember that Olympic team. Tommy was out there waving the flag, USA, 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 red, white, and blue. He was sort of the mouthpiece for that team, but I guess Eddie was really running the show. Will Myers now. Myers had an RBI single and scored a run in the third. He's 1 for 2. Guess who just homered for the Giants?
Brandon Crawford.
Madison Bumgarner.
Oh, Mad Bum. Oh. That's who my second guess would have been.
He gave up a grand slam to Justin Ruggiano. Giants were down 4-0. Now they lead at 5-4. A Mad Bum 2-run homer.
Right there.
First of 4 Mets and Giants at AT&T Park.
I'd love to hear an in-depth conversation between Mad Bum and his skipper, Bruce Bochy.
How would that sound?
Boy, it would rumble. I mean, the bass in that room would knock things off shelves.
Hey, I need you to pitch the second game of the doubleheader. All right, then.
Bob Brenly, ladies and gentlemen. Do your Nixon now.
No, I don't have Nixon.
1-1.
Who'd he play for? Otis Nixon?
Yeah, Otis Nixon or Russ Nixon, either one. No relations. Fastball is a strike, and it's 1-2 on Myers. Jankowski breaks for second. The throw from Castillo is in time. They got him last time the call was overturned. No challenge this time as Castillo throws out Jankowski to end the 4th inning. We'll go to the 5th in San Diego. Diamondbacks down 5-2. A lovely Thursday evening here, where the Diamondbacks trail the Padres. D-backs fans, if you can't catch all the games on TV, you can stream them live on your mobile device. Just use the all-new Fox Sports Go app. Download the app and take Fox Sports Arizona and Diamondbacks baseball with you wherever you go. Paul Clemens still finishing up his warm-up tosses, and we are set to go in the 5th inning. First of 4, D-backs and the Padres. Steve Berthew, Bob Brenly, and Jody Jackson along the way. A lot of D-backs fans, as always, here in San Diego, and more on the way this weekend.
Busloads of D-backs fans headed over here to Southern California for the weekend.
Some are coming in by bus. Planes, trains, and automobiles. Those aren't pillows. Michael Bourne 0 for 2. Solarte will creep in from third. A couple of steps. 0-1 now on Michael, who has twice flat out to center. Another Clemens curveball, and it's 0-2. As Bob mentioned, these two players once traded for each other as part of a deal several years ago. Little tapper to second. Schimpf has to charge. Underhand scoop, and they get Bourne at first. One away for Goldie.
Glove to glove that time. Schimpf really had to rush it. Michael Bourne busting it down that first baseline. Well, he made that look easy.
A lot to like about Ryan Schimpf. 28-year-old rookie. Goldie so far has walked, scored a run, and flied out. He's 0 for 1. And those bases on balls, which weren't coming as often as they were earlier in the year for Goldie, they're starting to pile up again. He's already had one tonight. So he's walked 15 times in his last 13 games. And with other guys hitting behind him, it is translating into runs for the Diamondbacks. Goldie has scored 16 times in his last 13 games. Front door curveball in there, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, it actually got to be a little frustrating at times in the first half of the season when Goldie was doing what Goldie does, taking his walks, but nobody was hitting behind him.
Yeah, last night he scored 3 runs, walked 3 times. Now, ideally, you want him crushing balls to the gaps and hitting home runs and all that stuff, but that's what's made him a 2-time MVP runner-up, just getting on base consistently, quality at bats and productive at bats. Or in the case of walks, plate appearances. Two and two. Shoots that one the other way by Schimpf and into right field. The 1-out single for Goldie. That's the 7th hit for the D-backs.
We talked about it early in the ball game. When you're facing a sinker ball pitcher, be ready to jump on anything up there around belt high. And that time Goldie in a 2-strike count got a sinker up and out over the plate and banged it through that right side.
Well, good night so far for Jake Lamb. He has singled and walked. So hopefully Jake can get it going again. It's sort of been a long downturn for him as of late. Padres have the shift on. Jake hitting 149 in his last 23 games, and the strikeouts, which will pile up for him occasionally, have become something of an issue again. 30 strikeouts in his last 87 at bats. Fastball's in there, and it's 1-1. Clemens had 75 pitches through 4 1/3. Yanks that one down the right field line, but foul. Let's go downstairs to Jody.
Guys, I was talking to Jake Lamb about that earlier today, just how he's feeling at the plate. He said he feels okay, but he knows he's been a little jumpy at the plate, and he's just been kind of lunging at balls and not really the way that he was just a couple weeks ago. And he knows that during the Mets series, in fact, he was jumping at pitches. And so he said, look, it's an easy fix. I'm working on it. And guys, you know, with a hit tonight, he could be coming around.
A hit and a walk so far. Yeah, he was 1 for 8 in 2 games against the Mets this week. And a very difficult road trip.
It's really a stark difference when a hitter is locked in at the plate and when he's struggling. We saw Jake Lamb as locked in as any hitter could be for a long time, and every mistake that was made, he hammered it somewhere. Barreled it up, drove it into the gaps or out of the ballpark. More recently, when he's gotten mistake pitches in the strike zone, he's either fouling them off or swinging through them or making soft contact and putting them in play.
That get frustrating for the hitter?
It sure does. And
because you know you missed one.
Yeah, you know that's a pitch that 2 weeks ago I would have hit, you know, out into downtown San Diego, and tonight I fouled it back. He's had a couple of good hittable pitches in this at bat and jerked them both foul down that right field line. Maybe just a little too quick. The good news is, because of the nature of this game, playing every day, piling up 4 or 5 at bats every night, as quickly as you lost it, you can find it again.
Clemens, a rare fastball from him on a 1-2 pitch, and he strikes out Lamb. 3rd strikeout for Clemens. 2 down in the 5th.
Case in point, that's a ball that a month ago Jake Lamb would have hit in the upper deck.
Speaking of which, here's Yasmani Tomas, who has flied out and hit into a double play. 0 for 2. 12 home runs in his last 19 games for Yasmani Tomas. He has homered in 3 straight. Goldie and Will Myers have been having a running conversation down there for 5 innings. Boy, it just seems like a matter of time before Clemens hangs a curveball to Tomas and he hits it off the video board and left. This feels like it's coming.
It looks like Clemens has started to take a little bit more off of that curveball, get a little bit bigger break. Early in the game, he was trying to throw it really hard and just wasn't commanding it well at all.
Goldie got a good jump. No throw from Norris. Stolen base for Goldie, his 18th of the year.
Just kind of puts you to sleep over there at first base, as you said, carrying on that conversation with Will Myers, and then takes off on first movement and steals it without a throw.
So he's in scoring position with 2 down. A 1-1 count on Tomas, and Clemens at 80 pitches, 46 strikes. Yasmani has shown some pretty good plate discipline tonight. He's not chasing some of those breaking balls that are missing down and away from Clemens. Yanked a fastball at 94. 3-1. Wellington Castillo, who's 2 for 2, would be next. A couple of singles and an RBI for Welly tonight. Three and 1. He walked him. Third walk issued by Clemens. Here's Castillo. Wellington a pair of singles. He's hit safely now in 5 straight. He's got Goldie at second, Tomas at first, and 2 outs.
Both the Castillo base hits in this game coming right back up the middle of the field, and with that in mind, Andy Green has shifted his second baseman Ryan Schimpf a little bit more up the middle of the field this time.
Myers well off the line at first. That one is going to get down into center, and it drops in. Goldie will score. 3 for 3. Another RBI for Wellington Castillo, and it's a 5-3 ball game.
Boy, Welly. Wasn't pretty. Got jammed a little bit. Just muscled it out there into shallow center field. But in a roundabout way, that really helped Paul Goldschmidt. He knew that ball was going to drop in front. With 2 outs, he's off on the crack of the bat anyway and scores without a play.
Mitch Haniger singled his last time up, 1 for 2. The start in left field tonight. 4 hits and 10 at bats so far in the big leagues. First pitch curveball miss, 1-0.
Some bodies stirring around in that Padres bullpen as Clemens struggles once again here in this inning.
Now at 85 pitches through 4 2/3. Jose Dominguez, the right-hander, will start to get loose down there. 1-1 on Haniger. Diamondbacks minor league player of the month for July. He was hitting .351 with 19 homers in Reno when he was called up this week. Bounces it up the middle. Noonan, little flip to Schimpf, and they just do get the force on Castillo. That ends the inning. But the Diamondbacks get one back. They trail it 5-3.
half of the inning to pull within 2. Hey, fans, follow Arizona Diamondbacks baseball live with the MLB.com at Bat app. Stay up to the moment at any moment with game day, live game video highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com at Bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and tablet.
Well, Daniel Hudson is warming up in the Diamondbacks bullpen as Archie Bradley starts the bottom of the 5th inning. Will Myers will lead it off. Myers, Solarte, Dickerson, 2, 3, and 4 for San Diego. Diamondbacks have out-hit the Padres 8-5, but they trail at 5-3. There's strike 1 to Myers, who has grounded out. He's got an RBI single and he scored a run. 1 for 2. This is sort of the way things have gone for Archie Bradley as of late. He's been anything but efficient out there. He's had to work extremely hard just to tread water on the mound. 90 pitches, only 50 strikes. And the bullpen busy as he starts the 5th. Archie's spot would be due up 2nd in the 6th inning, so hopefully he can just get through this 5th as Daniel Hudson continues to warm up. Edwin Escobar had been warming up earlier in the ball game. Fastball missed inside, and it's a full count, 3-2. Archie tonight has walked 3. He's got 2 strikeouts. Solarte on deck. Wellington can't hang on. Myers stays alive. Mike Winters, the crew chief, behind the plate. Ooh.
Padded area.
Don't have to put pads on robots, right?
That's right.
Just saying. High fly ball, shallow right center. Bourne and Tomas coming in. Yasmani's got it. And that's the first out in the bottom of the 5th inning. That'll bring up Yangervis Solarte.
Be nice to see Archie have a good inning here at the top of the Padres order. He has really struggled with the 1 through 5 hitters in the lineup, maybe 6, but has handled the bottom of the order pretty well. Nice quick 1, 2, 3 would be just what the doctor ordered here.
Yeah, that 3rd inning is when he really ran into trouble. He began the inning by striking out the pitcher Paul Clemens, and then 6 straight reached as the Padres got 4 runs in that 3rd. Good start. Curveball in there for a strike against Solarte. He's got an RBI ground out. He singled and scored his last time up. That one is belted into right, a base hit. One out base runner for Alex Dickerson. Dickerson has walked, reached on an error and scored a run. He's got an RBI. Fly ball, deep right field. Tomas at the track, backing up, and he's got it. Solarte back to first, and that's the 2nd out. Here's Ryan Schimpf. The rookie second baseman has flied out and walked. National League Rookie of the Month in July. He homered 9 times last month. There's got to be somewhere in there that Andy Green secretly really likes Ryan Schimpf. This little scrappy guy. He might have the power that Andy wished he'd had when he was playing. He might have a soft spot for him, but he certainly played well since he's been up here.
As you mentioned before, the average not great for Schimpf, but he does hit for some power, surprising power, and in that respect, he's kind of a left-handed version of Dustin Pedroia. You know, a little guy that you kind of overlook in the lineup, but if you make a mistake, you might hit one out of the ballpark.
Schimpf had a very good college career at LSU. 5th round pick by the Blue Jays in '09. And sure enough, he drops that one into right center. Solarte flies into third. Ryan Schimpf aboard for the second time. Padres have runners in the corners with 2 outs. And Archie Bradley right at 100 pitches, and that might be it. And it will be. Chip Hale had Daniel Hudson ready to start this inning, and that ends the night for Archie, who cannot get through the 5th. We'll take a break from Petco Park. Back after this. Pitches 57 strikes. He gave up 5 runs on 7 hits, responsible for 2 base runners. And here's Daniel Hudson to try and finish off this inning. Huddy's 52nd appearance, a 6.39 ERA. He's made a lot of progress lately and really has looked better and better every time out. He's worked a lot. He pitched Saturday in Boston, then Monday and Tuesday against the Mets at Chase Field. Scoreless baseball in 7 of his last 8 appearances, including 6 in a row.
Yeah, we were talking between innings. You know, this is one of those possible learning moments, growing moments, if Chip chose to go that direction for Archie Bradley. Hey, you got to get through 5 innings to have a chance to get a winning decision in the ball game. If our offense comes back in the next half inning, you got to learn how to get those big outs. 100 pitches is not a ridiculous amount of pitches.
Certainly enough to give him 1 or 2 more shots to at least finish off the inning.
But you know, then again, Chip Hale is being evaluated on wins and losses, and he wants to give his team the best chance to win the game, and Archie is not really showing a lot of signs that he's going to turn the corner here tonight, so instead it's Daniel Hudson here with 2 outs in the 5th.
They'll face Christian Bethancourt, the right fielder, who had a 2-run single his last time up. First pitch swinging, center field for Bourne. 1 pitch, and Huddy shuts the door in the 5th inning and strands 2. We'll head to the 6th in San Diego. Diamondbacks down 5-3. Friendly and Jody Jackson with you. D-backs trail the Padres 5-3. Hey fans, nobody sees sports quite the way Colin Cowherd and Jason Whitlock do. The brains to know and the guts to say. Catch Colin and Jason on FS1's new daily sports talk show. Speak for yourself. Weekdays at 3 o'clock only on FS1. New pitcher for the Padres as we start the 6th inning on in relief of Paul Clemens. It's the right-hander Jose Dominguez. His 19th appearance of the year. You see that record 1-0. He got his first career win last month at Chase Field against the Diamondbacks. Chris Owings will lead it off. And then the pitcher's spot. Phil Gosselin will hit for Daniel Hudson. After that, Gene Segura, the leadoff man. That Giant Met game, it was DeGrom versus Mad Bum to start it off, but they're in the 6th inning right now, and the Giants are up 8-7. So not exactly a pitcher's duel.
So much for the pitcher's duel.
It always works out that way, doesn't it? CO has singled and flied out. He's 1 for 2. So Chris has hit safely now in 10 of his last 11 games. Fouled away, and it's 0-2 on Chris Owings. Archie Bradley tonight goes just 4 2/3, gave up 5 runs, 4 were earned. 7 hits, he walked 3 and struck out 2. So Archie now just 1 win in his last 11 starts.
We saw the Padres playing this particular defensive alignment when Paul Goldschmidt was at the plate. You can see how far over into the gap Jankowski is shaded, and Dickerson way off the line again in left field.
That's right where Chris Owings has been living lately, that right center field gap area. Jankowski standing right in the middle of it right now. 1-2 on CO. Dominguez with a hard fastball, hard slider. Drives it to deep center field. Jankowski backing up on the run. He won't get there. It's over his head and it bounces off the wall. Chris Owings is going to make it into third, standing up with a triple. 7th triple of the year for Chris Owings, who continues to barrel up the baseball.
Well, we just showed you where the Padres were positioned defensively in the outfield. This is a shift beater. Slider that stayed over the inside part of the plate. That ball's hit to straightaway center field, and Jankowski had to run a mile to get there. Couldn't get to the spot quickly enough.
CO tonight 2 for 3. His 7th triple. He's now got 7 extra base hits in his last 11 games. And Gosselin will hit for Hudson. Phil at .272 with 2 home runs. Edwin Escobar warming up in the Diamondback bullpen. Looks like he'll get the bottom half of this inning. That one is bounced foul in front of Matt Williams at third. Phil Gosselin, this is his 60th plate appearance this year as a pinch hitter. 255 with a homer as a pinch hitter. There's Escobar. He's good to go. And I'm sure that Chip Hale is thinking he could get some length out of Edwin Escobar, who's been starting at AAA Reno. 0-1 on Gosselin. D-backs have out-hit the Padres 9-7, but they trail at 5-3. High fly ball, short right field. Schimpf drifting out there, but Bethancourt's got it. CO bluffs and holds at third. That's the first out here in the sixth.
You mentioned it earlier in the ball game. Bethancourt not with a lot of experience in the outfield, but one thing we know is he's got a big arm from behind the plate, so that probably translates out to right field. No chance for CO to tag and attempt to score.
Yeah, his throwing arm as a catcher in the minor leagues was legendary. He could throw it up into the booth from where he is out there. Segura doubled and scored to lead off the ball game. Owings at third, one away.
Yeah, that would make him a lot like Yasiel Puig.
You're right. They move Segura off the plate, 1-0. He now has hit safely in 5 straight games, 11 of his last 12. And during that span, hits nearly 370. Gosselin giving Goldie the Dominguez scouting report. Diamondbacks have had their chances. They stranded 2 base runners in the 4th, a couple of leadoff singles. They got 1 run in the 5th, but stranded 2 base runners in that inning. And now Owings is at third after the leadoff triple here in the 6th. One and 2 on Gene Segura. Leading the National League in hits coming into the ball game by 2 over the Nationals' Daniel Murphy and the Marlins' Martin Prado. So if you're playing beat the streak, think those 3 guys. Plus Trey Turner.
I do.
Carrying Bob Brenly to the championship. Being able to hold off that 98-mile-an-hour fastball from Dominguez, and it's even 2-2. You can sign up to play Beat the Streak at MLB.com. I think there's an app that you download, right?
Yeah.
On your phone, and just pick and click. Off you go.
Gives you all kind of information, the opposing pitcher that day. Really as much information as you want. The guy's numbers against that opposing pitcher.
Segura hits a deep drive, center field, way back, and that ball is gone. Gene Segura, a 2-run homer, and we're all tied at 5. That ball was crushed into the Padre bullpen.
Hey, hot Gene Segura. We mentioned it before, this ballpark doesn't give up a lot of long balls, although the home run derby at the All-Star game would not back that up. But Gene Segura gets on top of a high pitch right here. He knows he got enough of it.
Number 11 for Segura, so he is 1 shy of matching his home run total from the previous 2 years combined. Here's Michael Bourne, a 5-5 game now, and there's strike one. That's a big time jumbo jack. Courtesy of our friends at Jack in the Box, a free jumbo jack tomorrow, the purchase of a large drink.
Yeah, the 5 runs. 3 free tacos.
I like where you're going with this. 2/3 of the way to the fast food trifecta.
Indeed.
Boy, what a year he's had.
I think people around baseball knew that Gene Segura was better than he had shown in Milwaukee the last couple of years, but I don't think anybody could have possibly anticipated he was going to be this good.
No way. Dominguez has it. That's the second out. Not this consistently, this long over the course of the season. You figured some highs and lows, but boy, he started way up there and he has just continued all season long.
And you remember for a while there'd be games where he'd go his first 3 at bats over.
Yeah.
And you'd think, well, you know, maybe it's time to sit him down for a day or two, and then he'd get 2 knocks in his last 2 at bats of the game.
And you know what else has stayed the same? The energy level. He has really been sort of the igniter at the top of the order. Goldie. Dominguez comes inside after giving up the home run to Segura.
And as good as Gene has been offensively, and he's been really good, it's equally impressive how well he's played second base.
A position he said in spring training that frankly he wasn't all that comfortable after having been a shortstop all his career. Yeah, the walk, he's doubled his walks. The power surges way up with the home runs. The defense has been stellar, stealing bases. 24 on the year. 2-0 to Goldie.
It's always nice to close your eyes and say, what if? What if Gene Segura had the season he's having, and you had A.J. Pollock in the 2 spot doing what A.J. does, and David Peralta. And, you know, you start to look forward when everybody's healthy and back on the field and performing at high levels again, and suddenly this lineup looks a lot better.
That ball was crushed by Gene Segura 416 feet into the Padre bullpen. Out by that National University sign out there. 3-1 to Goldie. On the ground to shortstop. Newton. Well, a leadoff triple by Chris Owings, the 11th home run of the year by Gene Segura, and the Diamondbacks have come back to tie the ball game. Segura takes it out of here. We're all even at 5 in San Diego. Ball game as we start the bottom of the 6th inning. What's next brought to you by CenturyLink. Game 2 of this 4-game set here tomorrow night. A little bit later than you were used to, a 7:40 local start here. So Diamondback Live pregame show comes your way at 7. Zach Greinke and Jared Cozart. New pitcher for the D-backs. It's the lefty Edwin Escobar. He pitched Monday and Tuesday against the Mets. 9th inning in both games, scoreless baseball. A walk on Tuesday, but surrendered a home run to Neil Walker in the opener on Monday at Chase Field. And 5 appearances with the Diamondbacks this year, the last 3 in relief, picked up on waivers from the Red Sox earlier this year. Derek Norris, the catcher, leads off the Padres 6. First pitch is swung on, hit in the air along the right field line. Long run for Tomas. Segura's out there, and Yasmani undercuts the second baseman. Everybody appears to be okay. And Segura showing first base umpire Mike McClinsky that he hung on. Let's check Gene now. Tomas playing free safety there, came in and made the tackle.
A little indecision right there. I'm not sure if Gene was not calling for the ball or Yasmani thought he needed to come in at the last instant and make a basket catch. That's clipping.
Ken Crenshaw going to make a walk out there and check on Gene Segura. We were just talking 2 minutes ago about what a year he's had. Don't hurt the second baseman.
Not now.
We have enough injuries. You know, it's a thing, Bob, too. We talk about the energy level at which Segura plays and the head first slides and the constant hustle. It's a miracle that he holds up as well as he has.
Yeah, a lot of guys that play the game that way are considered to be quote unquote injury prone, but it's just because the way they play the game, throwing their body around, diving for balls. It's knock on wood, it's been really good for Gene this year.
Nick Noonan, the shortstop, 0 for 2. He has struck out, grounded out. Pitcher spot is up next for the Padres, and the veteran Alexi Ramirez is in the on-deck circle for Andy Green. He'll hit for the pitcher, Dominguez. Broken bat bloop. Lamb comes in. He's got it 2 down. Now they'll recall Ramirez. Edwin Jackson is going to pinch hit. They're out of position players. They're all either been traded or injured. So Edwin Jackson, the pitcher, is going to take the at-bat, and they'll save Ramirez for later in the ball game. Andy Green getting a little creative here.
Maybe a pitcher, but he's acting like a hitter. He was peeking over his left shoulder to see where Jake Lamb was positioned, and he faked a bunt.
Mr. Hand is ready in the bullpen.
Mr. Hand.
Guess this is our time. There's a strike, and it's 2-1. Edwin Escobar's 16 appearances at AAA Reno, all of them starts. 6-3 for the Aces at a 4.25 ERA. And he was averaging about 4 walks and 6 strikeouts for every 9 innings pitched. Never easy pitching in the Pacific Coast League, especially in Reno. And sure enough, it worked for Andy Green, a pitcher, as a pinch hitter, and he draws a 2-out walk. It's the second time in the ball game that Diamondbacks pitchers have walked a pitcher. And here's Jankowski, who's 2 for 3.
2 days after Bartolo Colon drew the first walk in his career against the Diamondbacks pitching staff.
That almost made the back page in the New York tabloids. Jankowski, 2 singles, 2 runs scored. He's got a stolen base. He's also been thrown out stealing. Escobar fires strike 1 in there. Jankowski does not hit lefties, a 104 batting average versus left-hand pitching this year. 5 for 48 against lefties. And Escobar is ahead 0-2. That one missed, said Mike Winters. A ball and 2 strikes. Diamondbacks have liked Edwin Escobar ever since they picked him up on waivers from the Red Sox. Left-hander, good velocity, spins the ball. A squib shot, fair. Oh no. That just did drop in. Glenn Hoffman going to stop Jackson at third. And Jankowski has his 3rd hit tonight, a double. Just able to keep that one on the right side of that left field line.
Sometimes you'd rather be lucky than good. Jankowski jammed badly on that pitch, right off the hands, but just floats it out there. Keeps it fair down the left field line.
See, this is where the 2-out walk to the pitcher just drives you nuts. Here's Mike Butcher back out to the mound again.
Extends the inning. You get the real hitters up to the plate. In this case, the sharp end of the stick, as you like to say, of this Padres lineup.
Well, we've talked about the accumulation of little things. We watched twice Archie Bradley strike out while just trying to get a bunt down. We've walked 2 pitchers tonight. And now Escobar has put himself in a mini jam, 2nd and 3rd 2 outs, and he's facing the dangerous Will Myers. Tied up in the 6th inning. Jackson at third, Jankowski with great speed at second. And Myers is the hitter. He's 1 for 3, an RBI single in the 3rd. This is a guy who is a career .383 hitter against the Diamondbacks. All 1. Fastballs in there for a strike, 1-1. Big out for Edwin Escobar to get right now. One and 2. Good breaking ball there from Escobar. Myers leading the Padres in home runs and RBIs. He bounced it. Here comes Jackson. The toss home, and they don't get him. And the Padres take the lead. The accumulation of little things.
I believe that was another cross up again, another little thing. Watch the way Wellington Castillo reacts to this pitch. Yeah, that was definitely a cross-up. That pitch might have been a strike.
So
to compound it, Escobar doesn't get in there to cover the plate with a pitcher running at third base.
a 2-out walk to a pitcher who was hitting for another pitcher. Comes back and bites Edwin Escobar. And it's 6-5 San Diego. And has scored a pass ball.
That'll have to be changed.
On Wellington Castillo. Jankowski in at third, and a 2-2 count on Myers.
That's one that ideally the official scorer will do his job and get a hold of the Diamondbacks and ask, was that indeed a cross-up? You can't penalize Wellington Castillo if the pitcher throws something he's not expecting.
And then he hits Myers. Boy, Edwin Escobar came in, got the first 2 outs, Norris and Noonan. Edwin Jackson hit for the pitcher. He was walked. Jankowski hit a squib shot double the other way that dropped in fair. Scored on a pass ball, and now Myers has been hit by a pitch.
Boy, between the walks to the pitcher and wild pitches in this ball game, Diamondbacks have really helped out the Padres offensively. A team that was struggling mightily coming into this game to score runs.
Yeah, Diamondbacks have out-hit San Diego 10-8, but they now trail at 6-5. And here's the 3-hole hitter, Yangervis Solarte, who's got an RBI and 2 singles tonight. He'll bat right-handed against the lefty Escobar.
It was a wild pitch back in the first inning that allowed Jankowski to move from second to third base, where he scored on a ground ball to short. And that wild pitch allowed Jackson to come home from third base.
Padres had scored 6 runs total in their previous 5 games, and they've got 6 here tonight. Trying to snap a 5-game losing streak. Now Escobar behind on Solarte 1-0. Jankowski at third, Myers at first. Very good speed on the bases. That'll get into the seats, and it's 1-1.
If indeed the Padres hang on and win this ball game, this is one that Chip Hale's probably going to say that the Diamondbacks beat themselves tonight.
Well, they clearly have to this point. Solarte has been a problem for the D-backs in his career. 21 RBIs in 30 games, a .322 hitter against Arizona. Popped it up near the Padre dugout, and just in the camera well down there. 1-2.
Walks, the wild pitches, and don't forget the Gene Segura error on a potential inning-ending double play back in that third inning.
Yeah, some sloppy fundamental baseball tonight. No nice way to put it. But still just a 1-run game in the 6th inning, and Escobar trying to keep it that way. 1-2 on Solarte. Struck him out. Escobar strands 2, but the Padres get 1. They lead it 6-5. start of the 7th inning in San Diego, and fans welcome back former D-back legends like Mark Grace, Jay Bell, Reggie Sanders, Augie Ojeda, and a whole lot more of your favorites. It's the annual alumni game. It's coming up next Saturday, August 27th. Now, this year's alumni game starts early, 2:30 before the Diamondbacks game against the Cincinnati Reds. So get to the ballpark early, get the D-backs batting practice pullover. That's courtesy of Sanderson Ford. Get your tickets at dbacks.com/alumni. New pitcher for San Diego. It's the left-hander Brad Hand, his 60th appearance on the year and a solid 2.77 ERA. Padres have the shift on for Jake Lamb, who has singled, walked, and struck out. 1 for 2. There's ball 1. It's been a back and forth ball game all night long since the start of the first inning. Diamondbacks got 2 in the top half of the first. Padres got 1 back in the home half. And then San Diego put up a 4 spot in the third. Diamondbacks got 1 in the 5th. Tied it up with 2 in the 6th. Padres have retaken the lead. '59, now 60 appearances for Brad Hand this year. 41 of them have been scoreless. Opponents hitting under 200 against him. There's a strike, and it's 2-2. Bullpen quiet right now for the Padres. Lamb, Tomas, and Castillo due up in the Diamondbacks 7th. Jake waves at that one and strikes out.
Big sweeping breaking ball from Hand that time. Started it in the middle of the plate and then swept it way away from Jake Lamb.
Now Yasmani Tomas walked his last time up. He's 0 for 2. Home runs in 3 consecutive games coming into tonight. 4 homers in his last 3. Last night at Chase Field, his 7th multi-home run game this year. That's the most in the majors. Swings to the first pitch. It's a little dribbler to third. Solarte charges and he can't handle it. Tomas is aboard. A base hit for Yasmani Tomas. Tricky play there for Solarte at third.
Playing deep, respecting the power, and has a long way to go to get to it. Gloved it in fine shape, but when he tried to make the exchange into the throwing hand, he didn't even get a grip.
Get a grip, will you?
Get a grip.
Well, here's been one of the Diamondbacks' best hitters this week, Wellington Castillo. Remember the other night he had 4 hits. He's 3 for 3 so far tonight. 3 singles. He's knocked in 2.
Well, he's gotten hot since he's adopted the Phil Gosselin kind of fake bunt set up there. You'll watch him slide that right hand up the bat. Of course, Phil Gosselin does that every time. Wellington just started doing it recently.
I think after he came back from leave there. And he had 4 hits Monday against the Mets, 2 singles and 2 doubles. We'll have to ask him about that, actually. There it is, sort of right there. It doesn't quite lean in the way Phil does, but it's essentially starting from the same place. 2-0 pitch. Big cut at that fastball. 2-1. Randall Delgado warming up in the Diamondback bullpen. Randall has pitched a lot lately. He's really racking up some innings and appearances. Tomas at first, 1 out. 2-1 is bounced in the hole. Solarte cuts in front of Noonan, throws it out, and Tomas moves up, 2 down. Well, we'll see if Mitch Haniger can come up with a big 2-out RBI knock right here. He singled in the 4th. He's 1 for 3. We see Mitch really scanning the field, seeing where defense is lined up against him. Breaking ball missed, 1-0. Diamondbacks tonight just 3 for 12 with runners in scoring position. In a game they trail by 1. Haniger belts it toward the left field corner. That's a fair ball. This will tie the ball game as Tomas comes in. And the rookie Mitch Haniger has an RBI double at 6-6. Here's a big 2-out knock.
Looked a lot like the double that he hit at Chase Field in his debut. Got out in front of a breaking ball a little bit. Might have hit it out near the end of the bat, but able to keep it fair down into that left field corner to tie the ball game.
Boy, there's a lot to like about Mitch Haniger so far in the limited amount we've seen. Seems to be one of those low heartbeat guys. Chris Owings has singled, tripled, scored a run. He's 2 for 3. Haniger at second, 2 outs. There's a strike, 0-1. That's out of play. So far, Mitch Haniger has only had 12 at-bats in the big leagues. He's got 5 hits, and 3 of them are for extra bases. Oh, 0-2 on Chris Owings. Ricky Weeks Jr. on deck. He'll hit for the pitcher. CO fights that one off. Noonan's there at shortstop. And that ends the inning. Yasmani Tomas an infield single. Mitch Haniger an RBI double. We're all tied in San Diego. Diamondbacks and the Padres. And fans, you can stay up to date with the Diamondbacks this season when they're at home and on the road. Just check out Fox Sports Arizona's social media platforms. They're on Facebook, the Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, the whole thing. You'll find exclusive videos, photos, interviews, game previews, analysis, and interaction you won't find anywhere else. Fox Sports Arizona's, but with the social media. Alex Dickerson leads off the 7th. Edwin Escobar back out here. You're on the anti-social media, yes. I believe. You have all those apps. You're big at anti-social media.
Get off my bandwidth.
But again, most social media is anti-social, so it's kind of the same thing. Locked into your beat the streak.
Yeah.
Our director, Phil Malika, says, get off my cloud.
Ooh.
See, internet,
yeah.
It's all on the cloud. Play 1 and 2.
Oh,
man.
How'd that feel?
Dude, there's a beverage here.
Oh.
That's going to leave a mark.
Yes, it is. He's trying to play it off right now. He's going to head straight to the emergency room.
Boom! Oh, right in the bread basket.
Just missed it. Oh, man. Oh. I can't breathe.
That's like when Gilligan would turn around and hit the skipper in the gut. Oop!
Oh, my.
That one got Mike Winters that time. Look, they're showing he's watching a replay of himself on the board. They're showing it right now on the left field video board. They'll be all right. Cupcake.
Schmoopy.
You're a schmoopy. Goldie lays out and gets that one. Escobar's got a hustle, and he just does beat Dickerson to the bag. Nicely done by the Diamondback infield. Escobar on a dead run. Dickerson runs pretty well.
That might be the first throw in 4 years I've seen Goldie put behind the pitcher running over there to cover the bag. Escobar has to reach back to his left, but still beats Dickerson to the base.
Really nice play by Edwin Escobar.
Normally Goldie hits those guys right in stride. They never have to break stride, just catch the ball, find the base.
Well, that's a tricky play. You've got to reach behind you, find the ball, find the bag. You know you got the runner bearing down on you too. Avoid the collision. Nicely done. Ryan Schimpf has walked and singled. He's 1 for 2. I imagine there are pitchers that you've seen that were just lousy at that, right? I mean, they practice it a million times, and some guys just never get it.
Well, it's a lot to process. It's multitasking on the run. You got to get over there, like you said, find the bag. Don't cross the baseline so the runner runs up your back. Got to track the throw from the first baseman. And then to compound it, some pitchers, especially left-handers, fall off the mound to the third base side, so they're already working from a deficit.
Escobar strikes out Schimpf. His second strikeout, 2 down. Escobar so far 30 pitches, 19 strikes. And this guy, as we said, has been starting all year in AAA, so he'll go as long as you need him to, if you want to play it that way. And hold on, here comes Mike Butcher. This is something that Commissioner Manfred, as we mentioned earlier, was talking about today, limiting mound visits and maybe changing the way that you're allowed to use your relievers, trying to speed up these games. Are there too many mound visits? Not just for the Diamondbacks, but all of baseball.
Yeah, I think there are probably. I mean, and a lot of it has to do with the relative inexperience of the guys on the mound and sometimes the guy behind the plate. You're sitting over there in the dugout thinking to yourself, geez, don't hang an off-speed pitch to this guy.
So you want to go out there and tell him.
Go tell him, yeah.
You could just yell it.
Yeah. And back in my playing days, one of the glove companies came up with a system on the catcher's mitt that had 4 little buttons. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fastball, curveball, slider, changeup. And the pitcher had a receiver in his glove. Now it was, very experimental, and it never came to fruition as that one's banged through in the left field for a base hit. But I mean, geez, we're talking back in the early 80s. Glove companies were already trying to think of ways to get ahead of the curve and speed up the game a little bit.
The catcher Derek Norris 0 for 3.
Maybe you let the pitcher have a cell phone in his back pocket and the pitching coach to just call from the dugout. Hey, don't hang a breaking ball.
Well, you got the thing, the quarterbacks have that in their helmets. Maybe put something in the ear of the pitcher. Well, Norris, this is the guy you want up there if you're the Diamondbacks. He's 5 for his last 56 at the plate. Bethencourt at first, 2 outs. Derek Norris batting .113 since the All-Star break. 1-1-3. And he drives it deep to left center. Michael Bourne at the wall, and he's got it. Everybody exhale. We're through the 7th. 8th inning coming up. We're all tied at Petco Park.
Padres 12-9 in this ball game. Welcome back to school, students. Sign up now for D-backs Student Pass and get exclusive ticket discounts for D-backs home games. This Tuesday, students will get a discounted lower-level ticket as a back-to-school special. To activate the offer, text STUDENT to 76925. That's STUDENT to 76925. For more information, visit dbacks.com/student. That's STUDENT, STOODENT.
Coshocton, Ohio in the house. Well, Andy Green going with another lefty out of his bullpen. This is Ryan Buchter, who put up some pretty good strikeout numbers, as you can see there. 67 punch-outs. That's top 10 among National League relievers. And an ERA just a tick over 2.5. The pitcher spot will lead it off for the Diamondbacks in the 8th inning, and we'll see Ricky Weeks Jr. Ricky coming off his 2-homer game last night at Chase Field. Drove in 5 runs. And he'll lead off the 8th inning. I said to Ricky, what, you couldn't hit 3 home runs last night? He said, I was trying.
He was trying.
He homered in the 4th, a 2-run shot, and the 5th, a 3-run homer. And the Diamondbacks 13-5 win over the Mets last night. And he takes ball one. Well, you were talking about this last night, Bob. If you go back and watch the video of those Ricky Weeks Jr. homers, that the bat speed and the quickness, it's still there at the age of 33. He'll be 34 next month. But boy, he can turn on a pitch. 2-0. Just watch the quickness of the hands and the swing on these. Boom. Woo. Boom. Just lightning fast. And he's ahead 2-0 against the lefty Buchter. Laces that one foul down the left field line. Ouch.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, gentleman got it right in the forehead there. That was hooking in a big hurry in there. And they're attending to that guy down at Petco. The staff is getting down there to check him out.
Yeah, he's laughing about it. That ball hit him right in the dome, but I think he's going to be okay.
And Ricky ahead 3-1. At least he's smiling.
Check my phone.
Oh, phone's blowing up. Time for a selfie.
Oh,
yes, there he is. All right. That's his first instinct. Can you take my picture? That's our world. Fortunately, he's okay. So the Diamondbacks have the go-ahead run aboard. Nobody out in the 8th inning. And the batter is Gene Segura, who hit a long 2-run homers last time up. I believe the fans at Petco Park are chanting, "Give him a ball."
He had a chance.
Cut me, Mick. Here's the Petco Park staff.
He doesn't want to leave. Doesn't want to miss one exciting moment.
Hey, you got a tissue? Thanks.
Well, they tried to give him the ball, and he said, "No, you keep it."
Oh, that little guy came up to him with the baseball and offered it up, and that was nice of the gentleman to say, "You keep it." Just glad he's okay. That's the important thing.
He's going to have a knot the size of a baseball on his forehead tomorrow morning.
He'll have the great stories and all the highlight shows. He'll have that great picture he took. Segura has doubled and homered. He scored twice. Fastball's in there for a strike, 2-1. We talked about all night long the accumulation of little things. So still taking pictures. See if Segura can get the ball on the right side of the infield and advance Weeks to scoring position with nobody out. Tied up 6-6 in the 8th.
What a good at bat by Ricky Weeks to start the inning, knowing that the Diamondbacks just need a base runner right now. Getting late. Most of the time you come off that bench pinch hitting, and he's going to hack at the first thing close to the strike zone he sees, but instead he takes the base on balls.
Gene Segura ahead 3-1. Bullpen's going to have to get busy. Buchter has thrown 9 pitches, only 2 of them strikes. Brandon Morrow, 32-year-old, just called up from AAA El Paso over the weekend. Ricky Weeks Jr. takes off. Segura swings through that one. It's a stolen base for Ricky. And he is the go-ahead run at second with nobody out. A 3-2 count on Segura. Segura strikes out. That's the first out in the 8th. Now Michael Bourne will bat against the lefty here. Michael has very good numbers this year against left-hand pitching. But so far tonight, 0 for 4. Go ahead run at second, 1 away. Well, just presented our fan down there with the something. He's getting a standing ovation. Bourne drops that one into center, a base hit. Here comes Ricky Weeks Jr. He will score, and it's 7-6 D-backs. Another big hit for the veteran Michael Bourne.
Both veterans for the Diamondbacks contributing in this inning. Ricky Weeks with the leadoff walk, steals second. And Michael Bourne drives him home with this line drive into center field. Nicely done.
Big hit for Bourne against the lefty. Brings in the go-ahead run. He's at first, still just 1 out for Goldie. Paul has walked, singled, stolen a base, and scored twice. Fastball is strike 1. D-backs have Jake Barrett warming up in the bullpen. Padres have Nick Noonan, the 8th place hitter, due up to lead off the 8th inning. And the pitcher spot then Travis Jankowski. Pitches a ball and it's 1-1 on Goldie. Padres bullpen busy as well. Morrow continues to throw down there. Goldie having a very good month of August at the plate. He's hitting .353 in his last 14 games. He has walked and singled so far tonight. A standing ovation for our guy. High fives all around, fist pounds.
Being arrested for excessive texting.
2-1. Goldie smashes that one right to Solarte at third. 2 outs.
Man, did he hit that ball hard. Solarte playing way back over there at third base, barely had time to react.
Now he'll have to go over to second base as they put the shift on for Jake Lamb. Jake has singled, walked, struck out twice, 1 for 3. interesting to see with Chip Hale putting Barrett up here to presumably pitch the bottom of the 8th inning. And if the score holds up, who would pitch the 9th? Maybe Enrique Burgos.
I was just going to say, process of elimination, I would imagine it would be Enrique Burgos.
That's a little bit of a role reversal for those two. Burgos had been the setup man, although nothing had been declared certainly, but just based on the way that Chip has used those two guys as of late. It was Burgos to get to Barrett, but tonight it looks like that might be the other way around.
Yeah, since there aren't any really defined roles in that bullpen right now, depending on how the lineup rolls around for the Padres, you could possibly see Steve Hathaway come in to face a couple of lefties.
Michael Bourne sort of got caught between steps that time, almost picked off. Oh, 1 to Lamb is high in the air, headed toward the right field corner, and that ball is foul. He just missed it.
Oh.
Just couldn't quite keep that one fair. That was way up above, high above the foul pole down there. Nick Noonan.
Boy, it's little consolation. But Jake has hit some balls hard tonight, all foul.
0-2. Bourne takes off. They got him picked off. And that ends the inning, but Michael Bourne gets a big RBI single. Bottom 8 coming up. Diamondbacks have the lead. Six lead. It's the right-hander Jake Barrett, the 3.68 ERA. Now 51 appearances for Jake, and he's coming off a very brief 3-pitch outing last night in the win over the Mets. He has pitched scoreless baseball in 5 of his last 6 appearances.
It does open up the question, who pitches the 9th? Maybe Jake Barrett will go 2 if he's very efficient. We'll see.
The evolution of bullpen roles continues. Nick Noonan, the shortstop, the 8th place hitter, is due to lead off the inning. But it looks like Alexei Ramirez, the veteran, is going to take the at-bat, and Brett Wallace, who's right behind him there, would presumably then hit for the pitcher. 8, 9, and 1 here in the Padre 8th.
I mean, did this catch him by surprise. Ramirez just came out into the on-deck circle a moment ago. Jake has finished his warm-up pitches. Mike Winters just waiting for the pinch hitter to make his way to the plate.
And it will be Ramirez who's announced as the hitter for Noonan. 241 and 5 homers. Ramirez has hit safely in 4 straight games. He had a home run Monday in their loss at Tampa Bay. His 5th of the year. So Barrett works the 8th inning with a 1-run lead. And there's a strike at 94, 0-1. D-backs bullpen is quiet for the moment. Fastball missed, a ball and a strike to Ramirez. Ramirez, his first season in San Diego after 8 years with the White Sox. He's had a good month at the plate, hitting over 300 in August. Two and one.
Mentioned the power numbers down for Ramirez. For me, he's a really good power hitter on low pitches. Knee high, maybe even a little below knee high.
Had 10 homers last year in Chicago. It's a fly ball to right center. Bourne coming in, calling off Tomas. And Michael's got it, 1 out. And now Barrett will work to the left-hand hitting Brett Wallace. A couple of ASU Sun Devils going head-to-head here. Wallace 195. He's got 6 home runs. Hitting for the pitcher, Buchter. Brett Wallace dating all the way back to the first week of July. 4 hits in his last 37 at bats. Used primarily as a pinch hitter by Andy Green. Padre bullpen starts getting busy. Brandon Morrow's been warming up down there for a while. We've got a couple of Brandons down there, Morrow and Mauer. Diamondbacks would have Lamb, Tomas, and Castillo due up in the 9th inning. 4, 5, and 6. Shift is on for Wallace, so there's ball 1. Brett Wallace, 40 plate appearances as a pinch hitter this year. A .229 batting average without an extra base hit. Last year, Wallace had 4 pinch hit home runs. The second most ever by a Padre. Jerry Turner had 5 back in 1978. Well, the left side of the field wide open for Wallace. This is a great example of talking about these shifts. It's a 1-run game in the 8th inning. You're just looking for a base runner if you're San Diego. And I mean, that whole left side of the field is wide open. If he just is able to hit a ground ball to the hole at third, he can walk into second base.
He could square around and bunt the ball to the left side of the infield and possibly get a double.
But that's not his game, and he swings and misses. 2-2. That Giant Met game still going. San Francisco leads 8-7 at AT&T Park. They're in the 8th inning. First of 4 Giants and Mets. Dodgers lost in Philadelphia today. First of 4 here, D-backs and Padres, 2 teams with identical records at 50 and 70. Two and 2 on Brett Wallace. Changeup missed away. The count is full. Jankowski on deck. Travis Jankowski, 3 hits tonight, 2 singles and a double. He scored 2 runs. Three-two pitch. Big strikeout for Barrett. 2 down. Boy, Wellington Castillo just did get that in the webbing. And now Barrett will work to Jankowski. Jankowski was hitting about .330 in his previous 16 games, and he's 3 for 4 tonight.
Boy, and this is one of those at bats, even with 2 outs in the inning, because of his speed. This is a big at bat right here, keeping Jankowski off the bases. We know he's capable of stealing a base, scoring from first on an extra base hit, scoring from second on just about any base hit.
And a stolen base earlier in the game, his 26th of the year. Leads all major league rookies, and he carves it the other way, his 4th hit tonight. And he's the tying run with 2 outs. And now you'll deal with Will Myers. Myers, an RBI single in the 3rd. He was hit by pitches last time up. He's 1 for 3.
Jankowski down there at first base, he did steal a bag back in the 3rd inning, but you may remember it had to be reviewed. The ball beat him to second base, but he got his hand in around the glove, and Wellington Castillo did throw him out at second base in the 4th inning.
And also, just as importantly, Barrett's concentration now will be divided, dealing with a dangerous Will Myers, who leads the Padres in home runs and runs batted in. Buster Posey just hit a 2-run double for the Giants in the 8th inning. They now lead the Mets 10-7. Hit that one off Addison Reed. Didn't think when DeGrom started against Bumgarner it'd be a 10-7 ball game. Oh, and 1 on Will Myers. Jankowski holding, and Myers rolls it into left center. Jankowski on the run. He'll head for 3rd. Glenn Hoffman will stop him there. A pair of 2-out singles for the Padres.
Center cut fastball that time for Myers. Probably fortunate all he did was roll over and hit that grounder up the middle of the field. Jankowski streaking around second. But Chris Owings had the ball out at the cut of the outfield grass at that point. Glenn Hoffman had to throw up the stop sign.
Now they'll work to Yangervis Solarte. 2 on and 2 out. Mike Butcher out there. Enrique Burgos has indeed started warming up in the Diamondback bullpen. Solarte is a switch hitter for Andy Green. There's Burgos. He's good to go. And there's really not much of a difference in batting average, left versus right with Solarte. But all his power comes as a left-hand hitter. And he'll bat left-handed against Barrett. "11 of his 13 home runs from the left side of the plate this year." Jankowski is the tying run at third, 90 feet away. Myers at first, the go-ahead run, 2 outs in the 8th inning. Solarte has singled twice. He's got an RBI ground out. He's 2 for 4. Ball 1. Jake behind, 2 balls and no strikes. Solarte has been an effective hitter against the Diamondbacks. 22 RBIs in 31 games. In the dirt, and Barrett is behind 3-0. Cleanup man Alex Dickerson is on deck. Burgos continues to warm up in the bullpen. Barrett walks him on 4 pitches, and now the Padres have the go-ahead run in scoring position. The bases are loaded, and Chip Hale is headed to the mound. Jake Barrett got the first 2 outs in the 8th inning, but then 2 singles and a base on balls, and they're loaded for the Padres. And Chip Hale will take the baseball. Burgos will inherit a bases loaded mess. Back in a moment. So 1-run lead in the 8th inning. Bases full of Padres and 2 outs. Burgos a 2.67 ERA in 26 games this year. And Bob, I think what you like about Enrique in this situation, we've seen him lately really start to bully opposing hitters with that upper 90s velocity and that big wipeout slider.
Yeah, right now you need somebody on the mound that can possibly miss a bat. Enrique has done that this year, but at worst, pitch to some soft contact, get an easy out here somehow.
He has pitched scoreless baseball in his last 8 appearances, given up just 4 hits with 11 strikeouts. He struck out the side in Monday's opener against the Mets after a couple of punch-outs Sunday at Fenway Park. 1-run ball game, bases full, 2 down. The hitter is Alex Dickerson.
There you go.
Very aggressive. 94-mile-an-hour fastball, and he jumps ahead 0-1. Dickerson walked in the first. He reached on an error and scored in the third. He's 0 for 3. Jankowski's at third, Myers at second, Solarte at first. That one is trouble. It's headed for the gap and it gets down. Jankowski scores. Myers scores. They wave Solarte. Here's the throw and it's not in time. A 3-run double for Alex Dickerson. And the Padres take a 9-7 lead.
First fastball was up about letter high. This one down a little bit lower. Dickerson drops ahead of the bat on it. It's that slicing line drive into the gap in left center.
4 straight reach in the San Diego 8th, all with 2 outs. 3 have scored, and here's Ryan Schimpf. You've got the right-hander Bethancourt on deck, first base open, so they'll walk the lefty.
Been a persistent problem for the Diamondbacks bullpen all season, allowing inherited runners to score. All 3 of those runs will be credited to Jake Barrett, even though Burgos gave up the double.
It's been an up and down night. These 2 teams have gone back and forth since the very first inning when the Diamondbacks got 2 in the top half and the Padres got 1 back in the home half. And now they'll work to Bethancourt. A 2-run single in the third. He singled his last time up. He's got a couple of hits, 2 for 4. Dickerson at second, Schimpf at first, 2 outs. Diamondbacks in the 9th will have Lamb, Tomas, Castillo, 4, 5, and 6. Two. This is a Padre team that had come into tonight's game with a 5-game losing streak. And in their last 5 games, they'd scored a total of 6 runs, but they put up 9 here tonight. Burgos gets the strikeout and strands 2, but the Padres get 3. They lead at 9-7. We'll head to the 9th in San Diego. Diamondbacks about hit the Padres 13-12, but they trail at 9-7 as we start the 9th inning. Two offensive teams that have gone back and forth the whole ball game long. Diamondbacks have scored runs in 4 consecutive innings, and they'll need to make it 5, down 2 as we start the 9th against the new pitcher. Brandon Mauer's 56th appearance of the year, a 4.80 ERA.
Has allowed 7 home runs, an unusually high number for a relief pitcher. Hopefully that'll bode well for the D-backs offense.
Well, we saw Alexei Ramirez hit for Nick Noonan to lead off the bottom of the 8th inning. He'll stay in the game and take over at shortstop. Jabari Blash replaces Christian Bethancourt in right field. Blash will bat 9th. And the pitcher spot now 6th in the Padre order. Jake Lamb, who was up there when Michael Bourne was caught stealing to win the 9th, will end the 8th, will lead off the 9th. Jake has singled, walked, struck out twice, 1 for 3 tonight. Shift is on for the Padres, and there's ball 1. That game in San Francisco now a final. Giants beat the Mets 10-7. Dodgers lost today in Philadelphia 5-4. Well, you need base runners, and there you go, a leadoff walk. And if Yasmani Tomas wanted to make his home run streak 4 games in a row instead of 3, now would be the time.
That would be a really good time.
Tomas singled and scored his last time up. He walked in the 5th. He's 1 for 3. First pitch fastball is a strike going long. Slider, and it's 0-2.
Comes another slider off the plate that time.
Tomas, the home runs have been coming in bunches. 4 homers in his last 3 games. 8 home runs in his last 10. 12 homers in his last 19. He's off that one. Jake Lamb stays put at first. Can't get himself thrown out in this situation. 2-2 on Tomas.
Yeah, and that's one of those balls that gets away from the catcher. Not very far, but because of where Jake was leading off the base at first and where the ball rolled behind home plate, I don't think he really saw it get away from Norris.
Drives it to right field. Jabari Blash at the track, at the wall, and he makes a running catch. A defensive change for Andy Green, and it pays off right away. Jabari Blash, a nice catch into the right field wall to take a base hit away from Tomas.
Well, off the bat, I thought that had a chance to get out of here. Blash chases it right back to the barrier. Nice running catch, crashes into the wall, taking extra bases away from Yasmani.
Wellington Castillo, 3 for 4, 3 singles. He's knocked in 2 runs. Tying run at the plate, 1 out. Jake Lamb, the runner at first. Slider is in there for a strike, 0-1. Doubled up, and it's 0-2. Brandon Mauer, his second season in San Diego, pitched very well last year, 7-4 with an ERA right at 3. Didn't pitch after August 9th, had to go on the DL with right shoulder inflammation. The guy that Andy Green says has got a kill pitch, a powerful weapon to have out there. Throws hard, fastball, slider. Ball missed away at 97, and Castillo's even 2-2. Mauer had flirted with the idea of being a starting pitcher, but now that he's in the bullpen, this is a guy that comes out there and just lets it rip. Soft little tapper to shortstop, Ramirez. Oh, and Schimpf can't hang on.
Oh.
Lamb is in there. The Diamondbacks catch a break. That was a gimme out at second. Should be 2 down. Instead, it's 2 on and 1 out.
Ramirez stays in the game after pinch hitting. Just kind of slings this ball over there underhanded. Might have had some movement on it like a sinker, but Schimpf just clanked it out there at second base. That's a huge break.
And now we'll get a pinch runner. Looks like Braden Shipley is going to come in and run for Wellington Castillo. So we've seen a pitcher hit for a pitcher, and now a pitcher running for a catcher, as the batter is Mitch Haniger. It's been another good night for Mitch. He has singled. He's got a double and an RBI, 2 for 4. Tying runs aboard, 1 out. There's a strike. 0-1 on Haniger. That is an E4, the error on Schimpf at second. One and one. Haniger so far 5 for 12 to begin his major league career. Last time up, he had a big 2-out RBI double, and he rolls one into left this time. Jake Lamb being waved home. He will score, and it's 9-8. Third hit tonight for Mitch Haniger in his second RBI.
Left a slider up over the heart of the plate, did Brandon Mauer, and Mitch Haniger just continues to hit the ball hard to the left side of the field, squeaks it through for a base hit. Jake Lamb will come around to score. Tying run at second base, go ahead, run at first.
And still just 1 out for Chris Owings. CO, 2 more hits tonight, a single, a triple. He scored a run. And again, Travis Jankowski, the center fielder, comes in a bit and shades toward right center for Owens. There's a strike. Pitcher spot up next. Brandon Drury is on deck. Couldn't hold up on the slider, and it's 0-2. Shipley the tying run at second. Haniger the go-ahead run at first. Theo lifts it in the air, right center field. Blash coming in. He calls off Jankowski. That's the second out. Brandon Drury will be the hitter. Brandon, 255, 10 home runs on the year. One-run game, ninth inning, 2 on and 2 out. Ball 1. Brandon got the start at third base last night against the Mets. 0 for 2 with a walk and an RBI. Delgado throwing in the Diamondback bullpen. The 1-0. There's that Mauer slider, 1-1. Fastball's a strike, 1-2. Good crowd here tonight, more than 32,000. First of 4, D-backs and Padres. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Brandon Drury. Bounce to short, Ramirez is there. Throw to first. And that's the ball game. The Padres win it 9-8. Alex Dickerson, an enormous 3-run double in the bottom of the 8th inning. And it leads to a 9-8 San Diego win.
Well, we talked about it earlier in the ball game. Diamondbacks really beat themselves in this game tonight. Some sloppy play in the early going, some ill-timed walks, a couple of wild pitches that really hurt. Would have been a different outcome tonight.
So the D-backs dropped the first of 4 in San Diego. Had plenty of offense. And we'll talk a lot about it, get some reaction from the clubhouse. Diamondback Live post-game show is coming up next. Gene Segura, couple of hits, his 11th homer. A big day at the plate for Wellington Castillo. Mitch Haniger as well. But the Padres come back and they get the win here in the opener of the 4-game set. D-backs Live is presented by CenturyLink, and it's next on Fox Sports Arizona. Back from Petco Park in San Diego right after this.